Chat room, good evening. Welcome. Ow. Hold on. Alright, come on in. Good evening. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? I hope you're all doing well. Therefore, more than anything else, they wanted more Umineko. They wanted a lot of Umineko right now. What's up? What's up? Literally, I've been thinking about this game all day. Multiple thoughts of, man, I hope Dev streams more of this soon, and you saved my night straight up. Well, I'm happy to hear that. I'm also very happy to hear that people look forward to these streams this much. Yeah, what happened today? I don't know. Yeah, there was the Tomodachi Life Living the Dream direct this morning. Actually, that can wait. I guess I should talk about this first while I'm getting the messages in chat. Yeah, I swear to God, this happens literally every year. I forget every single year. And then I just so happened, because like I don't get like a message about it, I don't think. I mean, I'll check my email one more time, but like, you know, I didn't get an email from Twitch that was like happy like affiliate anniversary. Okay, sorry. No, I got an email 2 years ago. According to my emails, I'm seeing an email that is like, I guess I just didn't get one this year. I don't know. But yeah, I feel like I literally keep forgetting about my affiliate anniversary until I just so happen to stream on that same day. Bruh, just put it on your calendar. The problem is that, like, I don't know if today is actually my affiliate anniversary or not, because every email that I've gotten about it is on a fucking different day. So I don't know what the actual day is. I guess what I could do is just go back to, I could go back to like last year and or like the years prior and look around late January and see if there is another stream where I talk about it also being my affiliate anniversary. But yeah, no. Shit, man. I want to say this is year 6, because out of curiosity, I went back and checked. I went back, and the only way that I could think to double check this is I went back and looked at my payouts, all of my payouts that I have gotten on Twitch, and they go as far back as June of 2020. So I'm going to assume that 2020 was my first year of being an affiliate. So that's okay. So 2020 to, and then that's like 6 years, man. Shit. 6 years, bro. That's crazy. That's so weird to think about. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but it also feels exactly like it's been that long, you know? I don't know. It's bizarre to think about. it's bizarre to think about myself as like a storied streamer. You know? That I've been doing this for like a not insignificant amount of time of like my life. It's surreal. But I love it though. I mean I've had so much fun streaming, even during the years that weren't great. even during the years where I wasn't feeling the best about myself. Streaming has always been I feel like, even when like my own attitudes about streaming have brought me like internal strife, I feel like the actual act of streaming itself has always been a highlight of the year. All of the awesome things that I have gotten to do with my friends, not even on my fucking platform necessarily, but definitely on my platform at the very least, you know, like Ultra Despair Boys, 6 years of Clock Tower, fucking 6 years of Clocktober, Resident Evil, so more than honestly I can think of off the top of my head. And there's so much more that I want to do. So I don't know. I don't know if I really have much more like sappy stuff that I can say, because I feel like I usually get all of that out like at either the end or the start of the year. And I also definitely feel like I got all of my sappy stuff out of the way, like when I was talking about MagFest too. But I don't know. It's nice to think about where I've come from and how I got here now, and how different things are, and the refreshing ways in which they have stayed the same. So yeah, I don't know. I been doing it for 6 years, and I hope to do it for 6 more. We'll see what the future looks like. And of course, like as always, thank you to everybody who has made something like this possible. Whether you're here right now in chat, whether you're here right now and not in chat and just lurking, whether you are watching the VOD after the fact on Twitch or YouTube, or even if you are just like in my Discord, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you for making these streams what they are, because I promise that I would not be able to carry them as well as I think I do if I didn't have a community to like bounce off of. So thank you. And I hope y'all stick around. I hope y'all stick around for as long as you can. And again, to the people who aren't here now, who were here before but aren't here now, I hope you enjoyed your time. I hope you enjoyed your time here. Dreamer Draconic, thank you for the sub with Prime for 5 months. Forgot I had Prime. Umineko time. That's right. Good rhyme, by the way. Yeah. So yeah, there was that Tomodachi Life Direct this morning that I like forgot about. And then was like, yeah, I'll watch that. Why not? I don't know. I guess I didn't really have, I don't want to say that I didn't have high hopes for a new Tomodachi Life game, but I guess I also wasn't really thinking too hard about it. I was just kind of like, yeah, it's just gonna be more Tomodachi Life, without really thinking about what that meant. And then they showed that direct off, and it was just kind of like hit after hit after hit of like, damn, this is kind of. And I know that you have seen this opinion from probably everyone else that has weighed in on the direct, like on Blue Sky and whatnot, but like, I don't know, man, this is kind of like exactly what I would want out of a sequel to Tomodachi Life on the 3DS. It's kind of crazy, all of the stuff that they added. Not most, like, notwithstanding, like, you know, the kind of like the big thing that literally everybody said, like, if Tomodachi Life 2 doesn't have this, then like there's literally 0 point. The fact that like they actually went and did that and allowed you to not only be non-binary, like by name in a Nintendo game, but also allow you to be like gay, bisexual, pansexual, or like aromantic. The fact that you can just say like, nah, I'm good, is kind of more surprising to me than the fact that you can be gay in that game. What are you eating? What are you eating, bro? Hey, open up. What are you eating, bro? Oh my god. But yeah, no, it's awesome. And then also just the character creator. The fact that the character creator is just as in-depth as it is. All of the different like hairstyle options that there are, the fact that there are like actual, you can put actual ears, the fact that you can put actual fucking ears on a Mii, which feels wrong, but thank God that you can. It's so nice. I really did not think that they were going to be able to top the character creator in Miitopia, simply just because of how like the character creator in Miitopia was just like a sandbox. But I feel like this one is so much better in basically every way. Especially for the fact that they literally just let you draw on these fucking people's faces. I need them to put out the character creator demo for that game, like, right now. In the same way that they had the demo for Miitopia, I need the Tomodachi Life demo, like, today. Like, I'm not kidding. I need to start playing around with that stuff right now. Like, right now. And yeah, all the other stuff that they showed was really cute, too. I really like that this game feels a lot more like a Sims type game. Like, there wasn't really... Tomodachi Life on the 3DS was fun and all. I keep wanting to call Tomodachi Life on the 3DS the first Tomodachi Life game, but, like, that isn't true. That's technically not correct. But, like, Tomodachi Life on the 3DS, I loved that game, and I, like, played it every day. But there also, like, admittedly wasn't a whole lot to do in it. It was just kind of tapping on all of the different apartment buildings. And that's really all that you did in that game. For the most part. But this one feels a lot more like, it's a lot more closer. It's a lot closer to a Sims type game, I feel. The fact that you can actually like watch your characters like walking around, interacting with each other. You can like drag them and like have them interact with different things or specific people. It's so good. I like the island customization. I think it makes a lot more sense in a game like that than in Animal Crossing, in my opinion. And I also appreciate that like the actual island customization is a lot better than the one that's in Animal Crossing. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't know if I have much else to say about it other than like, yeah, man, I'm sold. I'm sold. It's exactly what I wanted. It's exactly what I wanted out of a new Tomodachi Life game. I it's like soon-ish. Like, you know, it's in April. So it's it's a bit of a ways away, but it also like it'll be here before you know it. We're gonna blink and it's gonna be like April. Um, I was kind of hoping that that game would be like $50 because I feel like that was how much Miitopia was. But that is a full $60 game, which is like, but like whatever. I don't know. I'm gonna pay it. I'll pay that much. Um, I'm just glad it's not 70, I guess. Um, I'm a little bummed. If there's one thing that I can be a little bummed on as far as like the game itself is concerned, there's a whole other thing to talk about. Um, so I think the one thing that I'm a little bummed about is the fact that like they got to the end of the direct and they were basically just like, "Oh yeah, you can play it on Switch too also." Um, so in my mind that basically means that like there is no like real difference. Like there's not going to be any Switch 2 specific enhancements if you are playing on that system. Which like I mean, I certainly hope that the game will run better just by default. But it also would have been nice to maybe have them say something along those lines of like, you know, oh, here you can play on Switch 2, you can play it in enhanced resolution. And it's like, I don't know, man. I would have like fucking give me that game in like fucking 120 frames per second on in handheld mode or something. Actually, more than anything else, if as long as they said like, oh, and by the way, if you're playing on Switch 2, you can use mouse mode. I was like, that's it. That's like, all right, I'm good. That's it. That's all. That's all. Thank you. So there's still time. It could have that for all I know. But the fact that all they really had to say about it was like, yeah, no, you can play it on Switch too. Was like, oh, okay. And then there was the announcement that came after the direct ended where Nintendo was basically just like, hey, we are going to be here. Let me actually pull up. I'm going to pull up the verbatim. I'm going to pull up the verbatim post that Nintendo made about it. Information related to image sharing features in Tomodachi Life Living the Dream. Nintendo aims to create experiences where players have the freedom to enjoy their Mii characters in their own way. In Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, this freedom can sometimes lead to humorous, surprising, or unpredictable moments during gameplay. While these moments are often fun for players, we recognize that out-of-context scenes may be misunderstood or may not reflect the spirit in which the game is intended to be enjoyed. Nintendo is committed to creating experiences that are welcoming and enjoyable for everyone. To support this commitment and in consideration of the unique gameplay in Tomodachi Life Living the Dream, we have decided to place restrictions on certain image sharing features. These limits help to make the world's players create in Tomodachi Life Living the Dream remain fun and safe, and that the game can be enjoyed comfortably by all players. We understand that some players may find these restrictions limiting. However, they reflect Nintendo's ongoing philosophy of creating experiences that bring smiles to everyone who plays. Which, like, so they do not elaborate on what that means at this moment. At this moment, they do not say exactly what restricting certain image sharing features equates to. I have a couple of theories. Theory number one is that they're just going to not let you take your own screenshots or video recordings in the game, which, like, is not new inherently. There are plenty of games on the Switch that have done that in the past, that, like, don't allow you to take screenshots. And there are a lot of them that don't allow you to record video, but I feel like that's usually more for, like, RAM related reasons than anything else. The other theory that I have is that, like, so every game has, like, every screenshot has like metadata. I assume it's metadata attached to it that lets Nintendo know, like, which game it's from, which is how you're able to, like, filter and sort your screenshots and videos by, like, specific games. So what I could see happening is that maybe they are just like, hey, you're not allowed to, like, upload screenshots or recordings to the Switch, to, like, the Nintendo Switch app, which is the only fucking way that you're going to be able to send those screenshots or recordings to social media. Or it's the most convenient way that you can do that, rather. I assume that you are still going to be able to just, like, circumvent all of this by plugging your Switch 2 or Switch into your computer with a USB cable and just drag the screenshots and videos off that way. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, I get it. Like, we can be honest, right? We can be honest. There's going to be a lot of I mean, think about what Tomodachi Life on the 3DS was like. And the impression of that game based on, like, the people who played it and, like, the people who streamed it. And I would certainly not describe that as family friendly, right? So on paper, I understand. I understand why Nintendo would not like that. And I also understand why they are cautious now that they are giving those same people infinitely more power. They are giving those same people infinitely more power to do those same things. Do you know, like, there are going to be so many, like, islands that are just, like, design, like, drawings and textures of, like, fucking boobs and cocks and like and like everything under the sun. They're gonna make those little like bouncing like pet sprites or whatever. Like those are just gonna be like a fucking penis. People are going to try their damnedest to get around like the people are going to try their hardest to get around like the in-game profanity filters to make their characters say all sorts of cusses and all sorts of other words that those little things should not be saying. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a nightmare for Nintendo. It is. Like, that's just the truth. But like unfortunately unfortunately for them, like, they also kind of have to accept that, like, I don't know, I really don't think there is anything you can do about it other than not putting those features in the game. Like, it's going to, like, nobody gives a fuck about your, like, your video, like, streaming and image sharing, like, content guidelines. Nobody gives a fuck. Not one soul on this earth has read that shit. And not one soul on this earth is going to. Everybody is going to find some way to post those screenshots on social media. There are going to be streamers. Everybody on that website. Everybody on Twitch. Everybody on YouTube. Every single fucking streamer. Every single VTuber is going to be playing Tomodachi Life and drawing whatever they want and making whatever characters they want and making those characters say whatever they want. And there are going to be hundreds upon hundreds of people watching those streams, and there are going to be hundreds upon hundreds of clips of those streams, of those moments, and those clips are going to be everywhere. And it's the same thing is going to happen. And like, whether Nintendo likes it or not, there is not a thing. There is not a thing that they can do about it. This is just what's this is just what's gonna happen. And now, more than anything, they wanted a lot of Tomodachi Life porn right now. Bro, I promise you within the next week, you're gonna see fucking Hugh Morris spread open. I promise you, bro. Like, I don't know. There's no winning, right? There is literally no winning for Nintendo, because the thing is, and the other thought that I had about this is that I think part of what this feeds into is a larger issue that is an issue. It feeds into a larger issue of the fact that, like, there is no safe space for children on the internet. Just, like, period. There are zero places for children to go and not be exposed to these things. Because, like, listen, as long as they are on social media, as long as they are on Blue Sky, as long as they are on fucking Twitter, they are absolutely going to see this stuff. And, like, that's just the reality of it. So, like, unless those parents are being, like, hella restrictive and saying, like, no, you can't go on these websites, they are just going to see this stuff. And that sucks. And it sucks. It is a problem. It is a problem. But at the same time, and in that same breath, that's not my problem. Like, I should not be punished. I should not be punished for the things that Nintendo decided to include in their video game. And my opinion is that if Nintendo is really and truly and honestly that concerned about the children, if Nintendo is really honestly concerned about making sure that children have um a fun and safe environment where they can comfortably enjoy their games, you know what the solution is? And it's not easy, but you know what the solution is? Make fucking Miiverse, man. Make a new fucking Miiverse. Make a new social make the Nintendo loves to curate the way that people interact with their games and their brand so much. Just at this point, make your own fucking social media, right? At this point, just make fucking Nintendo Truth Social and just like control the narrative of your brand instead of trying your hardest to like make the rest of the world bend around you, because it isn't, and it's not going to. Um so yeah. Um that, I don't know. That was a big, seeing that after like the riding the high. Yeah, we don't know what, that's the other problem, is that they've this announcement is very vague. So they have not said to what extent um things are going to be restricted. I mean, I can assure you that like me sharing is almost certainly going to be moderated, just like it's moderated for like the vehicles in Kirby Air Riders. I'm sure there's probably going to be some thing where like all of these Miis get uploaded to a server or something so Nintendo can look at it uh and say like no, we're not no, we're not gonna let you make that. No, we're not letting you no, we're not letting you upload an Adolf Hitler me to for people to download. No, we're not letting you make this either. No, this is clearly Mario with his penis out. Like, we're not letting you do that. Um, I could very like, that stuff wouldn't surprise me. My question is just how they are, at the very least, how they're going to try to get people to like stop people from sharing screenshots of this game. Because I can, and I say try is the operative word here, uh because I promise you that it's not gonna work, and it'll never work. um and I don't I don't know what I'm trying to say, I guess, because at the same, because I don't think it's realistic for me to say that Nintendo should give up, um because I think being concerned about the well-being of children is a good thing to be worried about. I mean, granted, I'm inserting children into this conversation because they do not use the word children specifically. They just say all players. But like, I'm assuming it's about children, right? Um, because I can't assume it's any sort of like, I can't assume that it's any for any sort of like political, like gender politics reason, because they put the word non-binary in the game. So like whoever you're trying to appease is already not buying the game because you put the word non-binary in it and you're allowing people to be gay in it. Um so I am assuming it's a matter of protecting the children from like nudity and graphic imagery and things like that. I think being worried about a safe environment for children is always a thing that's worth thinking about. I just think I just think that the way that they are going about it is short-sighted and unrealistic, and also doesn't help anyone at all. I think I think it in this instance it is a bit of a waste of time. Um I think it is a bit of a waste of time because it is not, it is a hurdle. It is not a wall. It is a hurdle. And that hurdle will be overcome. Like, it's like not even going to be a day. Not even going to be a day. Within the day that Tomodachi Life Living the Dream comes out, people are going to post those screenshots online, and they're probably going to post them with like middle finger emojis and stuff like that. Because because that's the other problem, is that now that you have made this statement, now there is the element of spite. That's the other thing. Now you've created spite where there wasn't spite before. Because now if people weren't going to do that already, they are now going to do it way more. So if anything, this just made everybody at Nintendo's life like way harder. I feel like again, there's no winning. There is no winning. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It was just a wet fart after riding the high of the direct just being nothing but like back to back, like, oh, this is so good, this is so good, this is so good. I want to play this game right now. I don't think it changes anything about whether or not I want to play this game. I still very much do. It's just annoying. And like I said, it wouldn't be a Nintendo game if there wasn't at least one decision. It wouldn't be a Nintendo game if there wasn't at least one decision that was made throughout the process that wasn't just like absolutely fucking stupid and makes things worse. But yeah, we'll see what happens. My tune may change depending on if they elaborate on it more before the game comes out or not. They could, like, if depending on how difficult they are about it, I might just change my mind, because like that's the other thing. On one hand, like I said, I understand, but also on the other hand, Nintendo games, I feel, kind of live and die. Not even just Nintendo games, like video games in general, live and die by word of mouth. I feel like most people know whether or not they are interested in a video game or find a video game and say like, oh, I want to check that out, by seeing like the screenshots and the videos that they post on social media, or like watching a stream that somebody does, and they're like, wait, this game seems awesome, I want to check this out. It is the most effective form, like, yeah, it is the most effective form of advertising, but more than anything else, it's free advertising. There is nobody on this earth, who is more willing to work for free than Nintendo fans. Nintendo fans love doing Nintendo's job for them. So when you then like take those same people and you say you're actually not allowed, theoretically, you theoretically say like you are not allowed to share screenshots or videos or anything of this game besides like in the very controlled way that we want you to, like using the in-game things, it's like you're only hurting yourselves. You're only hurting yourselves because if people aren't going to share their screenshots about your game, then like nobody is going to see them and find any reason to play it. Like, do you remember when they, ow, my side. Do you remember when they took out the option to just directly send screenshots and recordings to Twitter because of like the fucking price of the API like jumping up to an astronomical like amount? So they just took that feature out entirely, and then suddenly you couldn't send screenshots to Twitter anymore. Do you remember how fucking boring Twitter was after that? Wait, they did? What the fuck? Yeah. No, you haven't been able to send screenshots on Twitter for some time now. That's been gone for like years. I think no, I don't even think you can send screenshots on Facebook anymore. I don't know. I think literally the only way, the only way that you could send screenshots and stuff anywhere was on the Switch one. You had to press a little button that would generate a QR code that you would scan with your phone to initiate a fucking local, like a hotspot. Basically like a local network hotspot with your Switch. And then you would use that to like take the specific screenshots or videos that you wanted to send and like download them to your phone that way. And it was just the worst. It was just the worst. I still did it because that's what we had. I didn't know that you could just plug your Switch into your computer and do it that way. And I also get that it was, that it was also kind of like making the most of a bad situation because I think the workaround was stupid. But I also think that it was just because, of the fact that they got fucked over by one of the worst people on, in like human history. Thankfully things are a bit better now with the Switch 2, where now we have like the actual like Nintendo app that it sends like screenshots, it uploads screenshots and videos to, that now you can just very easily download from your phone to post on social media. It ain't no just post, like make a tweet button, but it's a lot better. But yeah, like, do you remember, sorry, I got way off topic, but like, do you remember how fucking boring Twitter was after you couldn't do that anymore? After you just couldn't send, like everybody was playing like Nintendo games, like, you know, Tears of the Kingdom and stuff had come out. And it's like, well, wait, where are all the funny screenshots? Where are all the funny videos? It's like, oh yeah, we can't fucking post them anymore. It was like, fuck, man. That shit's so important. So if you're gonna take that away, you're just throwing away money. If you're just gonna take that away willingly, you're throwing away money. throwing away theoretical money, of course. Like, unfortunately, there is the reality where, like, it's a Nintendo game. So it's like Tomodachi Life is probably like going to be one of the fucking best-selling games on the system. But you know, it is that fucking post where it's like, I will not see the movie. All right, well the movie's gonna make $1 billion, a billion minus a billion minus one. Like it, like, you know, it's one less dollar. It's $60 less than what they could have made. But yeah, that's I think that's all I got. I think that's all I really wanted to say. It's a bummer. I'm probably still gonna buy it because the game itself looks really, really good. And hopefully whatever dumbass decisions that they made don't affect things too much. I started stream an hour ago and I have still not played. I have been talking on stream for almost an hour and it has not been playing fucking Umineko. My fault. My fucking fault. All right. Let's boot it up. Let's boot it up. Where is it? Holy fuck, where is it? There you are. So what happened last time? What happened last time in old Umineko when they cry? Last time, last time, all of the adults were still arguing about the matter of inheritance. Everybody had thought, all the adults thought that they were backing Kraus into a corner by pressuring him to be like, hey, we think you're embezzling. We think you're embezzling funds. And not only that, we think that you were embezzling funds using grandfather's hidden gold that, like, everybody thought is just a myth, but we think it's real, and we think that you found it and have been using it. So we're gonna cut you a deal. We'll let you keep more than half of the gold. We just want you to, number one, confirm that it's real. Number two, give us our cut. And number three, more than anything else, give us a lot of money right now. And then Kraus turned it around on them. Kraus was able to turn around on them and be like, well, you guys make it sound like I'm in like a really bad spot and need to like bargain, basically, when you guys are in like, I'm good, you guys are in way worse trouble than I am, and basically airing out everybody's fucking dirty laundry about how they have also been in their own really bad financial situations. Like Hideyoshi is having his fucking like restaurant business bought out from under him by shareholders, and they made like the stock prices really fucking expensive for him to buy back. So therefore, more than anything else, he needs a lot of money right now. Rudolph is in a overseas like legal dispute, and settling it out of court. would cost a lot of money. So therefore, more than anything, he needs a lot of money right now. Rosa is in some fucking trouble. Don't know what kind of trouble, but apparently she co-signed something with her name. And now more than anything else, she needs a lot of money right now. So everybody's just in dire straits and is desperate. Everybody is desperate to get some cut of the money right this second. Before the matter of inheritance can be settled, because they don't know, because of the fact that Kinzo is still alive when, for all intents and purposes, he shouldn't be. Everybody is like, well, we don't fucking know when the inheritance is gonna come. It could come tomorrow, or it could come like a year. It could come like years from now. We don't know. We don't have that kind of time. We need that money right now. So just give us our cut right now. And Krause is like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. Like, oh gosh, where do you think I'm gonna get the money from? Remember? God, you guys said I was bad with money and stuff. You guys said I wasn't trustworthy. So like, who's gonna let me take out a loan? Fuck, I don't know. What money do you think I have? Shit. Shit, I don't know. Sorry, guys. I'd love to give my siblings some money, but fuck, I'm fresh out. Fuck. Fuck. Tell you what, though. I'll gladly accept this deal. Just write out the part where I need to give you money right now. Just write out the part where I need to give you money right now, and I'll gladly accept it. And then the conversation ended there, and we don't know where it went. And then, the cousins were talking about the legend of, Krause's hidden gold that he supposedly got from the witch Beatrice, which is what he used to, which is what he used to, like, revive the Ushiromiya family after it basically got wiped out by the Great Kanto earthquake. Maria being very adamant about the fact that Beatrice exists. And then they get back to the mansion because it starts raining. It starts raining really badly because of the typhoon. And then Maria is like, wait, the rose that was here before, it's gone. I need to find it. And everybody's like, maybe it was just somewhere else. Maybe you're misremembering. And Maria's like, no, it's here, but it's not. Like, it should be here, but it isn't. So I need to find it. And she's just insistent on looking here. And then Rosa comes out, having just been, absolutely blindsided and fucking humiliated by her older brother, is obviously not in a very good mood at all. And then, takes it out on Maria, by just slapping the absolute, like, shit out of her repeatedly, because of the fact that she's a 9-year-old and she still has, like, a verbal tick. It was bad. It was bad. It was real. I was like, bro, stop. Like, stop. It's rough. It's rough. And Badler's like, oh, come on, like, I think it's cute. I think the oohs are cute. Like come on, let off of her. And Aunt Rosa is like, it's not cute. Like, it's not cute that she's like, she's in elementary school and she still acts like this. And basically acting like because she's still doing this as a child, that like this is basically what she's gonna be like forever. And it's the 80s and nobody knows how to handle children children with autism. It was mentioned last stream that the writer used to be a social caseworker, right? Yep. And it shows in quite literally everything that Ryukishi has ever written ever. Literally everything that Ryukishi has ever written in his fucking life is comes from that experience of being a social worker and like working with children. And yeah, it's written in a really, like, it's so brutal, but it's so brutal in such a real way. It really does make you feel like you are in that. It makes you feel like you are a like witness in that situation, and it's like, God, I wish I could just like it gets thrown around a lot of like people saying like, all right, that's it, I'm stepping in. But it is one of those situations where I was like, bro, like let me in. Like, let me in. I like, God, it sucks. It sucks so bad. And just the fact that everybody, and the fact that like Badler is the only one that is like actively trying to like mediate the situation and be like, all right, come on, like, it's really not that big of a deal. Like, let's try, like, let's all calm down and try to like resolve this without any more of this. And like Badler literally like getting fucking pushed away, and then George being like, let's just leave. Like, we don't need to see this. Let's leave, which like sucks. It makes him like, I can perfectly understand George's rationale, but also I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it so much. It's so bad. It's so bad. So they just leave. So they just leave because they assume and they hope that like things will boil over, or not boil over, but things will like simmer down and go back to some degree of normalcy. So they leave. And then they don't also realize is that Aunt Rosa just leaves after that and is basically like, fine, fuck it, do what you want, I don't care, go look for your fucking rose. So everybody just leaves Maria alone in the middle of a typhoon. And then it's not like for like an hour or something later that everybody is like Cannon comes to collect the cousins and it's like, wait, why isn't Maria with you? And everyone's like, wait, I thought she was with you. No, I thought she was with you. Uh-oh. It was so fucking heartbreaking to watch in motion. It was so fucking heartbreaking to watch in motion. I was like, no, like, no, no, no. But it was okay because she got an umbrella. Yay. She got an umbrella, and then Aunt Rosa was like, oh, that's so nice. Like, who is this? It's like, who gave you the umbrella? Like, what was their name? I want to thank this person. And Maria was just like, oh, Beatrice gave it to me. And everyone was like, huh? What? It was like, all right, who gave my daughter an umbrella? And everyone was like, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. I didn't give her the umbrella. And again, they ask her, it's like, Maria, who gave you that umbrella? Oh, it was Beatrice. Beatrice gave me the umbrella. And she also gave me this letter. This letter that is made from, like, Kinzo's, like, the Ushiromiya head family's, like, personal stock. And is also, like, sealed with wax that, like, has the Ushiromiya, like, family, like, head family ring engraved on it. So, like, to confirm that it is, like, 100% the genuine article. And then Maria reads the letter. It's a letter from Beatrice that she was told to read out after dinner ended. And then, Maria reads out the letter, and the letter is basically Beatrice, being like, what's up? The gold is real. I gave it to Kinzo, and unless you find it, I'm taking it back. I'm going to take it back along with, like, I think along with Rockenjima. So unless you find it first, if you find it first, then it's all yours, and I go to sleep forever. And that's about, where it ends off. And also, like, the riddle attached to the gold of, like, how to find the gold. Okay, Dev, you remember the riddle. Say the riddle line for line exactly in one try. Oh, I don't know. Something about sweet fish. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the whole thing. Something about, something about a bunch of knights. And on the ninth night, no one is left alive. And so on and so forth. And that's about where we went off and stopped for the night. So now we will click start. And I will press load this time. And we will load. Now. Yeah, let me look at, what is it? Where do I... Oh, yeah, the portrait epitaph and the witch's letter. All right, cool. Let's look at characters. Okay, we got a fun little, like, family tree here. That's good. Ushiromiya Kinzo. Oh, yeah, you can see their fucking shoes, which you can't normally. Ushiromiya Kinzo, the aged head of the Ushiromiya family. Even though it has already been announced that he has just a few months to live, he is brimming with energy. Though he amassed a vast fortune in the past, he never made any announcements regarding the inheritance, which worries his children. He is strongly influenced by the West and is a rabid fan of the occult. His study is packed with mysterious grimoires. It leaves out the the part where he is down horrendous for Beatrice. Let's see. Kraus. Ushiromiya Kraus. Kinzo's first child. As the oldest of the 4 siblings, he leads the family conference. However, the other siblings think he is trying to get all the inheritance for himself, and this further strains the tensions between them. He is a real estate investor and has put a lot of money into the development of a resort. However, his results have been harshly criticized. Natsuhi. You can't even see her shoes. Dude, man, the blob hands are so fucking important. The blob hands are so fucking important. I'm not gonna say it again. I'm not gonna repeat myself. Ushiromiya Natsuhi, Kraus's wife. She manages the household of the Ushiromiya head family in place of her husband, who takes little interest in such matters. She was in charge of all preparations and arrangements for this family conference. She possesses a strong sense of responsibility and a great deal of pride. However, neither her husband nor his siblings understand her very well, so her position is far from enviable. Ushiromiya Jessica. Look at... Dude, wait. I never noticed her fucking sleeveys. Wait, that's so cute. Wait, this is fucking fire. Ushiromiya Jessica, Kraus and Natsuhi's daughter. In the absence of any irregularities, it is thought that she will eventually inherit the headship of the Ushiromiya family. Or technically, her husband will. Ugh, God. However, she seems to have no interest in all of this. She was born with weak bronchi and is sometimes assailed by sudden asthma attacks. I didn't know that. Attending physician Nanjo. Kinzo's attending physician and longtime friend. Holy sh... Sorry. That's... Sorry, that's crass of me. That's crass of me. I was just like, holy shit, his cock. Anyway. He once ran a hospital on Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and now enjoys his old age in peace. Now that Kinzo's constant suspicion has reached extraordinary heights, Nanjo is one of the very few people he trusts. Thanks to Nanjo's big-hearted nature, he has been able to continue his friendship with Kinzo despite the latter's tendency to fly into a rage at the slightest provocation. Ushiromiya Ava. Dude, the pants... The pants, bro? Bro. Kinzo's second child. She is hostile towards her brother Kraus and opposes him whenever she can. From issues dealing with the family fortune to the question of who will succeed the family headship. Normally, she would have lost her place in the Ushiromiya family register upon her marriage, but she managed to forcibly overcome this by having her husband take her family name. Ushiromiya Hideyoshi, Ava's husband. He took his wife's name upon their marriage and became a member of the Ushiromiya family. He therefore does not possess the spiteful genes passed down through Ushiromiya family members, and his bright smile is very refreshing at the family conference. He started his business from scratch and now works as the president of a medium-sized restaurant chain. The chain seems to be growing and performing extremely well. Yep, no problems. No problems there whatsoever. Ushiromiya George, Ava and Hideyoshi's son, an affable young man liked by everyone in the family. He is currently studying as an assistant for his father's company. and it seems that he dreams of making it on his own one day. As the oldest of the 4 cousins, he acts as their leader and arbitrator. Ushiromiya Rudolph, Kinzo's 3rd child. Along with his sister Ava, he intends to make his voice heard during the family conference to prevent their oldest sibling Kraus from keeping all of their father's wealth for himself. His former wife Asumu passed away 6 years ago, and he married his current wife Kirie shortly after that. Oh, I don't remember hearing her name before this. Rudolph's second wife. Oh, the pants! Girl, you're so bad. You're so bad. Rudolph's second wife. She had already worked alongside him for some time before the death of his first wife, at which time she openly took the position of his wife. She has served as Rudolph's right hand in several shady pieces of business, guiding them to success. She is quick thinking and well trusted by her husband. By her husband? Husband. I don't even know what I was saying there. Ushiromiya Badler, the son of Rudolph and his first wife, Asumu. When his father married a second wife shortly after Asumu's death, Badler rebelled and went to live with his grandparents on his mother's side. However, both of these grandparents passed away, and he has now returned to the Ushiromiya family after 6 years. This family conference is a chance for him to renew his friendship with his cousins after a 6-year gap. Servant Genji, the leader of the servants who work for the Ushiromiya family. He has served Kinzo longer than any other, and he is the person most trusted by that old man. Since he serves Kinzo directly, Kraus and Natsuhi think of him as being a spy for Kinzo. Ushiromiya Rosa. Oh, I love the... Wait, the dress is so cute. Kinzo's 4th child. She is by far the youngest of the 4 siblings. It seems that this gives her a weaker position at the family conference. She manages a design company, but she has yet to start taking it seriously, and its financial situation is far from favorable. I wonder if that has anything to do with the co-signing. No husband. Oh, the little shoes. Oh. Oh, Maria. Oh, Maria, you deserve the world. Ushiromiya Maria, Rosa's daughter. Her father's identity is unknown. Oh, she can't shake off the habit of speaking like a young child, which often earns her a scolding. She has no interest in studying or making friends, but is very interested in things concerning the occult and black magic. Thanks to her excellent powers of memorization, she knows all kinds of obscure trivia. Servant Shannon. Damn, girl. That's all unnecessary. You don't need all that. You don't need to be doing all that, ma'am. Please. Like, please put that away. Servant Shannon, a young but experienced servant. She's normally calm and performs her job efficiently, but she messes up when she gets nervous. Furthermore, Shannon is nothing more than a pseudonym that she uses when on duty, not her real name. What? I didn't know that. Servant Cannon, a young servant. He performs his duties silently and diligently, but is not so highly regarded as a servant due to his unsociable nature. There are multiple other servants with the On character in their pseudonyms. He and Shannon just happen to be the ones on duty that day. Oh, so they're both pseudonyms. Oh, how odd. Servant Goda, a servant hired as a cook. He hasn't served this family long, but through his earlier jobs and previous experience, he has cultivated a talent for entertaining guests. Because of this, he is very highly regarded as a servant. Fucking asshole. Servant Kumasawa. This elderly woman is a part-timer who, though she has quit her job several times along the way, has served the family for a great many years in total. She is crafty and more than competent when it comes to performing her duties. But because of her chattiness and love of rumors, she is not highly regarded as a servant. Yeah, no, she's the Kumasawa Bachan is the fucking goat. Especially for how she takes care of like Shannon. All right, let's read this shit. Let's read this shit to refresh our memories. The epitaph. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. We skipped the head servant, or am I stupid? No, I read Genji. Behold the Sweetfish River running through my beloved hometown. You who seek the golden land, follow its path downstream in search of the key. As you travel down it, you will see a village. In that village, look for the shore the two will tell you of. There sleeps the key to the golden land. The one who obtains the key must then travel to the golden land in accordance with these rules. On the first twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the second twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. On the third twilight, those who remain shall praise my noble name. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. Hi, Dev. Probably missed enough, so I'll catch you in the VOD. Hey, don't worry. I haven't started reading the chapter yet. I haven't actually started reading anything new yet. So you are right on time. I spent the first hour of this stream talking about the Tomodachi Life Direct and my affiliate anniversary. And then I was reading all of the, I was recapping what happened last stream and also reading all of, like, the character bios and stuff. So we haven't actually, like, we haven't started reading anything new. But I guess the character blurbs were new. On the fourth twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the fifth twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the sixth twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. On the 10th twilight, at journey's end, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. The witch shall praise the wise and bestow 4 treasures. One shall be all the gold from the Golden Land. One shall be the resurrection of all the dead souls. One shall be the resurrection of the love that was lost. One shall be to put the witch to sleep for all time. Sleep peacefully, my beloved witch, Beatrice. So I solved it already. So I know exactly where the gold is. So yeah. And then the witch's letter. Welcome to Rakanjima, members of the Ushiramiya family. I am Beatrice, the alchemist for this family employed by Kinzo-sama himself. I have served him for many years in accordance with our contract, but on this day, Kinzo-sama has announced the final suspension of that contract. Therefore, I ask that you acknowledge my resignation from the position of family alchemist from this day forth. And now, there is one part of the contract that must be explained to all present. I, Beatrice, lent Kinzo-sama a vast quantity of gold under certain terms. One of these terms specifies that all of the gold is to be returned to me upon the termination of the contract. Furthermore, I am to receive everything of the Ushiramiya family as interest. After hearing this, you may feel as though Kinzo-sama has been savagely ruthless. However, Kinzo-sama did append a special clause to the contract, so that you would have a chance to preserve your wealth and honor. If, and only if, that special clause is fulfilled, I will lose my rights to the gold and the interest for all eternity. Special clause. Beatrice retains the right to collect the gold and accumulated interest upon the termination of the contract. However, if someone is able to discover the hidden gold of this contract, Beatrice must abandon these rights for all time. The collection of the interest will proceed shortly, but if any one of you fulfills the terms of this special clause, I shall return everything, including the portion that has already been collected. Furthermore, as the first step in this collection of Kinzo-sama's debt, I have taken possession of the Ushiromiya family head's ring, which signifies the passage of the Ushiromiya family headship from one individual to another. I ask that you confirm this for yourselves by examining the imprint on the wax seal. Kinzo-sama has already publicly displayed the location of the hidden gold within the epitaph under my portrait. The rules apply equally to all who can read the epitaph. If you discover the gold, I shall return everything to you. Tonight, I ask that you enjoy your battle of wits with Kinzo-sama to the fullest. I sincerely pray that this night will be both intellectual and elegant. Beatrice the Golden. Chills. Chills. Sorry I broke it. Anyway, back to actually reading Umineko. The strange letter that the witch had entrusted to Maria wiped all memories of dinner from our minds. Not my hungry ass. Maria was repeatedly barraged with questions by Aunt Rosa and the other parents, and became increasingly ill-tempered when they refused to believe her. If we kids tried to butt in, they'd probably ignore us. Oh no, is this another fucking Maria torture episode? No, man, come on! Our parents were all stirred up, firing back and forth about the gold and the distribution of the assets, and completely forgetting that we were even there. I'd already guessed that they'd been talking like this in the shadows, but I hadn't thought they'd be so blunt. It gave all of us kids a considerable shock. From what we could overhear, all of the parents wanted more money as soon as possible. More than anything, one could even say. Back and forth about grandfather's inheritance. Back and forth about the distribution of the gold if it was found. About advance payments and cash. It was so despicable I could hardly bear to watch, even though one of them was my father. It looked like Jessica felt the same way. We left our seats without being asked to and went to hang out somewhere well away from our parents. I get it. Now I totally see why grandfather hates coming down for meals. I'm so disillusioned with our parents right now. All that about money and the inheritance? How can they act like that right out in the open? Well, I'm already completely disillusioned with my old bastard. There's no way I could think any worse of him. That's exactly the same for me. Still, that freaking shocked me. That freaking shocked me, yo. A freaking ring, yo. Shocked me to the core. Jessica looked down at the floor, irritated. She was always talking about how bad her parents were, but maybe she hadn't really felt that way deep inside. The depths of Jessica's shock made that clear. You're all minors being supported by your parents, so you might not understand. But getting money is neither a simple nor a pretty thing. Alright, George. I won't try to force you to understand right now, since you're still kids. But even so, I want you to realize that your parents are just doing their best in their own way. They all made bad decisions. They all made bad decisions, George. Fucking... Your dad! Your dad did, bro! Your dad's company is getting bought out from under him. If that's their best, then we're fucking ruined. If that's their best, then this family's gone to shit. Beatrice should just fucking take it at this point. Oh, great. George Aniki's gotten all mature. George Nissan, I know you're working hard as a full-fledged member of society, but does that mean you turn into a shameless, greedy vulture like our parents whenever you start talking about money and assets? Get his ass. If it were only for my own benefit, then no, I wouldn't want to do that. However, when your family and your employees, your subordinates and their families are all counting on you, there are some times when you must fight. I hate that kind of fight. That back and forth about grandfather's inheritance just makes me want to puke. Jessica pretended to spit violently. Fucking... Fucking... That harsh reaction made the depths of her pain very clear. Let's stop talking about this. All this about grandfather's hidden gold, property, and inheritance is our parents' problem, not ours. I agree. At the very least, I think children have a duty to be considerate and stay out of their parents' way when they're talking together. And I think parents have a duty to not talk like that in front of their fucking children. Sounds pretty boring. Everyone knows the phrase adults are filthy, but we had now seen that for ourselves, and that really did give us a considerable shock. George Aniki was now pretty much an adult, and I had already been disillusioned with my dad, so the shock wasn't that big for us. Am I crazy? Is Battler not 18? Am I like misremembering? Is Battler not fucking 18 years old? Like, I get, like, in the grand scheme of things, that's still, like, a child, all things considered, but, like, I don't know, they're talking like he's fucking 5 years old. Like, oh, I know you're just a little baby who doesn't know anything. Like, shut up, man. Shut up, George. But Jessica seemed to be taking it hard. Apparently, she'd receive a bigger blow than I'd thought. She always talks badly about her parents, but it looks like she hadn't changed at all on the inside. Even now, she's still a pure-hearted, delicate person who can't doubt others. I'm sure she respected her parents as much as anyone else does. And then her parents started raging about going, money, inheritance, my money. Money. Hello, I like money. Right in front of all the other parents and the children. It's no surprise she received such a shock from hearing that. Jessica-chan, please don't start hitting your mother and father. I won't ask you to understand them, but at least don't hate them. I get it. Just leave me alone for a bit. 6 years ago, I would have kept taunting Jessica even after she got all dejected. But I guess I really have grown over the last 6 years. I realized it'd be better to leave Jessica alone right now. Jessica suddenly looked away sulkily and left the parlor. I don't think I've ever seen the word sulkily before. She probably wanted to be alone for a while. I could do nothing but wordlessly watch her back as she left. Come to think of it, I wonder where Maria-chan went. She's probably pouting in front of the portrait. Maria truly looked up to witches, and she'd expected that coming in direct contact with Beatrice and receiving the letter as proof would surprise everyone and make them happy. However, the adults had doubted its authenticity, thoroughly bombarding Maria with questions and refusing to accept her story. I said it before. I'm really sorry. I am going to continue to flip-flop back and forth between pronouncing it as Maria or Maria. I think when there's like an honorific next to it, it feels weird to say like it as anything other than Maria. Like it feels weird to say Maria-chan. Even for me, it wasn't hard to imagine just how much that must have hurt Maria. We couldn't speak to Maria or Jessica. In the end, George Aniki and I just abandoned ourselves to the sound of the falling rain and the dark night. Wonder what's happening with that typhoon. Maybe there's something about it on the news. George Aniki started walking over to the corner of the parlor where the television was. He hadn't called me over, and I really couldn't have cared less where the typhoon was on the sea now. So without going over to the television, I loitered around the window. The wind hasn't picked up that much here, but I wonder if it's horrible over the sea. I did hear about a severe storm warning on the weather report. Ah, Kirie-san. I take it those big talks between the adults are going smoothly, yeah? She seemed to catch the sarcasm. Kirie-san shrugged. I wonder if that stomachache of a discussion will continue all night. It's not going to be fun. Well then, please enjoy playing vultures to grandfather's property as much as you'd like. I feel sick. I'll agree with you on that. If I could just slip away like you, I'd do it. Unfortunately, I can't. Even if I'm not allowed to speak. We spouses have it pretty rough, too. Kirie-san took a deep breath, smiling bitterly. That's right. They probably wouldn't let Kirie-san speak, since she only married into the family. Still, as Dad's partner, she's had no choice but to stay by his side to support him. She's probably had to bear the full brunt of this mental pressure much more than me. I wasn't going to apologize, but realizing that I'd spoken too harshly, I cut the sarcasm for the time being. Fucking Badler every other, like, Badler will say, like, some of the most, like, immature and childish stuff possible, and then also at the same time will be like, how could they fucking do this to our queens? how could they do this to our queens, bro? I love Badler. No, listen. I love Badler. He's great. So how does it look? Are they still stuck on the topic of the mysterious witch Beatrice? More or less. Those four siblings are always piling up secret agreements when they come together to discuss the division of grandfather's inheritance. They're saying that some unknown fifth person has appeared and is trying to make things even more complicated, and there's no way that'll make for a peaceful conversation. Just when you think they're snarling at each other, they'll set up a common front. Natsuhi-ne-san's not the only one getting headaches. On the one hand, they all want a larger portion than the other siblings, so they're all rivals. But on the other hand, they don't want one yen to be snatched up by anyone other than the siblings, so they're also all allies. I hadn't been told the details, but the siblings were apparently discussing how to protect their shares under various situations, setting up ceasefire agreements and rules to prevent anyone from getting an unfair advantage, even preparing to resort to legal action if absolutely necessary. Bro, you are not getting a lawyer on this island. You are not getting a lawyer on this island. If you do, they are just going to turn around and leave. Are you kidding me? What legal action are you going to take against a witch, bro? Phoenix Wright ain't here. That they would go this far to preserve their shares was so beyond disgusting that you just had to acknowledge their resilience. So basically, Beatrice is like an assassin sent by grandfather. He probably wanted to scare the hell out of his children for talking about the inheritance without him. Who is this Beatrice, I wonder? If everything she claims is true, then she's a mystery figure that no one knew about until today. And she also knows about grandfather's hidden gold. I mean, that portrait has been up there for some time now, I thought. On top of that, she was even entrusted with the head's ring. She must truly have been trusted by him. Well, obviously, I don't think she's a witch riding around on a broom, but there's no doubt she's a mysterious person who's earned the right to be called a witch. If only Maria-chan would go into more detail about that. Everyone's been smothering her, even though she's just a little girl. They really scared her. And some things they might have asked now can't be asked. I wonder if those people... I wonder if those people have ever even read The North Wind and the Sun. I sure as shit haven't. What we do know is that Maria received a letter from a person who took the name Beatrice. She sure is shy for a mystery person, entrusting Maria with a letter and hiding away even now, when she could have just appeared and talked to us directly. Hey, Badler-kun. Do you really think a person called Beatrice actually exists? Holy shit, the fucking... the fucking Hideki Kamiya tweet. Do you really think a person named Hideo Kojima actually exists? Holy fuck. That's so funny. Who knows? Doesn't it really seem like a false name? Like she's grandfather's representative, so she was given permission to take the name of the witch from his delusions? No, that's not what I meant. Right now, there's a total of 18 people here on Rockinjima. Do you think there's a 19th person? Are there really a full 18 people on this island right now? Wondering about that, I began counting on my fingers and it really did come out to that many. I also realized that I had 8 more fingers than I thought I did. Do I think that a 19th person exists? What exactly do you mean? Just what I said. The person who lent Maria that umbrella supposedly wasn't one of us 18. So, isn't it natural to assume that a 19th person exists? And that this person lent Maria the umbrella? Well, yeah, it sure looks that way. Then, where exactly is this person now? At the very least, she must have been on the island when it started raining. And ever since that time, the weather has grown progressively worse. So taking a boat out would be pretty much impossible. In that case, that person must still be on the island hiding from the rain somewhere. And without any of us spotting her. True. We've all been randomly prowling around all over the mansion and the guest house, but no one has bumped into a 19th person. But this island is huge. There might be other places to take shelter from the rain other than the mansion and the guest house. At about this time, I began to realize what direction Kirie-san's suspicions were taking us in. Kirie-san was denying that a 19th person existed. Beatrice was one of us 18. In other words, she thought someone we knew well was tricking us. So you tricking me. If Beatrice is who she claims, she would surely be the most honored of guests, the most honored of confidants, trusted by father. There's no way grandfather wouldn't give that kind of person a warm reception. She would surely have been ushered into the mansion. However, we haven't seen anyone like that. I mean, you assume that she's been here for as long as you guys have been. Wait a sec. Isn't this line of reasoning a bit too hasty? Sure, no one spotted this person, but that doesn't mean you can deny the possibility that a 19th person exists, right? Maybe, for some reason, they landed on the island stealthily and have been hiding ever since. It's what they call a devil's proof. It's easy to prove that something exists. If this Beatrice appears in front of us and says hi, then it's all settled. Oh, hi. But it's impossible to prove that there's no 19th person. Yes. Badler-kun, your way of reasoning isn't bad. In our current situation, there isn't enough information to either accept or deny that a 19th person exists. But if you spin the chessboard around and think that way, we can deny the existence of a 19th person with near certainty. Spin the chessboard around was one of Kirie-san's favorite phrases. I've been influenced by those words and use them myself from time to time. When you get stuck trying to find a move in chess or shogi, then by spinning the board around and looking at everything from your opponent's standpoint, you can often see a strategy that'll give you the upper hand. It means turning things around and putting yourself in your opponent's shoes. You see, let's say that a 19th person called Beatrice actually exists. That person must have managed, without being seen by anyone, to stealthily arrive on this island and remain hidden ever since. Maybe they had some reason, okay? In that case, why did they go to all the trouble of appearing before Maria and handing her the letter? Again, you're assuming that she arrived with everyone else and hasn't been here the whole time. It really was a contradiction. They had some reason for hiding themselves, and they should have stayed hidden the whole time. But even so, they had appeared openly in front of Maria. Then, wait, Maria said it herself. She said the witch made her a messenger. Maybe that's because Maria was the youngest and looked the most obedient. Why would they need a messenger? If they just wanted a letter delivered to the family conference, they could have mailed it. If they mailed it to each of the 4 siblings, no one would be able to ignore it. There was no need for this person to carry it themselves and secretly deliver it by hand. Yeah, that does sound pretty weird. In the first place, if Beatrice existed and wanted to make her presence known to everyone, then she could have just openly presented herself to all of us. Despite that, she chose the vague method of appearing before a little girl called Maria-chan. It only gave us a vague impression of who she was. Contradiction. Let's go a little deeper, shall we? She appeared in front of Maria, trying to give us the impression that a 19th person existed, and yet, she still hasn't appeared before us and is hiding somewhere at this very moment. Think about those contradictions. You've got to keep those things in mind when you spin the chessboard around. In short, the person wants to leave us with the impression that Beatrice exists as the 19th person. What might their goal be? This person wanted to hide, then they wouldn't have made their presence known. And if they wanted to show themselves, they wouldn't have used the roundabout approach of entrusting someone with a letter. Which means... it's simple. Beatrice is one of the 18 people. That's why they want to create the illusion that there are more than 18 people. The 19th person was revealed so spectacularly. If someone were to profit from this, it wouldn't be some 19th person in hiding. It'd be one of the original 18 people. Of course, this reasoning is full of holes. If you turn over even a few of its premises, it'll simply fall apart. But I'm almost completely certain it's correct. This is starting to feel pretty creepy. Someone lent Maria the umbrella and handed her the letter. Supposedly none of the 18 did this. Yet, Beatrice was hidden among those 18. What was this person planning? Hiding their true form and pretending to be Beatrice? I suspected it might have been Maria-chan play acting, but the contents of the message were extremely complicated, and it's hard to imagine Maria-chan writing that herself. I disagree! She's got a whole fucking notebook of shit that she's written down about, like, occult stuff. However, I can't deny the possibility that Maria-chan is working together with someone. What? Wait a sec. Maria's a 9-year-old kid, right? What could she possibly be planning, and with whom? And what about her straightforward, overly honest, obedient nature? Yes, I also understand what kind of a person Maria-chan is. But that's exactly why I think it's possible. That girl's a dreamer who can't help but look up to and blindly accept the existence of witches. So if a person appeared in front of her and claimed to be the witch Beatrice, Maria-chan would happily swallow it up, I think. So you're saying that if someone disguised themselves by wearing that fancy dress from the portrait, tricking Maria wouldn't be that hard? Of course, with that reasoning, all of us women would become the primary suspects. Anyway, who did Maria-chan encounter? Learning the details of that question would be the best key to solving this riddle. This key has been firmly locked away inside Maria-chan's heart. Everyone denied the existence of the witch without listening to her, barraging her too much with questions about who Beatrice actually was. She probably won't open her heart to the adults now. In the dim hall, in front of the portrait of Beatrice, Maria was sobbing. Oh. No one believes I met Beatrice. Even though I showed them the letter Beatrice gave, they still don't believe. I believe. Anyway, Maria-chan's holding the key. Hang on a second, my fucking cat is going crazy. 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Anyway, Maria-chan's holding the key. The key to whether Beatrice is one of the 18th people or a 19th person. Maria's stubborn, right? When that girl gets angry, it's pretty hard to make her feel better. Badler-kun, I think a kid like you would be better at cheering her up than an adult like me. After she's feeling better, try asking. I know you don't care about all this back and forth about the inheritance. But don't you find this Western Mansion mystery situation exciting? Who in the world is this person who gave Maria-chan the letter? Isn't this mystery dope as fuck? Isn't this writing swag? It makes your intellectual curiosity ache. You're actually pretty tough, considering you're still excited after being dragged through that endless money talk. Adults can be pretty amazing. I shrugged exasperatedly, but I did notice something. Kyrie noticed how dejected I was after hearing our parents' turbulent discussion, and was probably trying to clear the air. At the very least, I'd recovered enough to voice my complaints. She wasn't my real mother, so I've never felt like calling her mom. But it did make me think, she's a real adult. Hey, brats, so this is where you were. Kyrie, you really took your time fixing your makeup, didn't you? I think I'll make a habit of going out to touch up my makeup too. I'm sorry. A woman's makeup takes a long time. So, how's the discussion been without me? I'm sure everything was all peaceful and harmonious. Kyrie-san poked the weak spot under my arm with her elbow. We decided to take a break to cool our heads a little. It looks like we'll be at it all night. It makes me want to cry. When does it make you want to cry? His way of talking hadn't changed, but he couldn't completely hide his fatigue. I couldn't say I was sympathetic, but he looked pitiful compared to his normal energetic self. Still, that rain's just awful. I really don't want to go back to the guest house. It looks like Natsuhine-san set things up so we could spend the night here in the mansion. What'll we do? We don't need to decide until you're done, right? If you run so low on energy that you can't return to their room, then we can take them up on their offer. You're right. We can think about it later. What about you, Badler? If I stayed, I'd just get in the way. I'll be nice and go back over there. I see. Will you go back soon? I don't know. It'd be lonely to head back by myself. I'll gather all the kids and we'll head out. Okay. You go do that. Also, Badler. You won't be going to sleep that easily tonight, right? Yeah, I'll probably be up talking with the cousins. Sounds like we'll all be up all night. Is there a problem with that? I see. If you're still awake when the adults' discussion is over, I want to have a little talk as a family. A what? That doesn't sound like you. Apparently, Kirie-san was thinking the same thing. What are you talking about? She asked him in a small voice. It looked like Kirie-san didn't have a clue what Dad meant either. I also want to talk to you about it, Kirie. I'll tell you later, so don't ask now. Please. Huh? I don't know anyone who neglects the concept of family as much as this old bastard. And now he's saying we're gonna have a talk as a family. Both Kirie-san and I couldn't help but get wide-eyed. Don't look so terrified. I'm the one who should be terrified. After all. At that point, he swallowed his words for an instant. Even though putting on airs of importance wasn't much like my dad. You're freaking me out, Dad. Everyone in our family's gathered here now, right? Don't make a big deal out of it and spit it out. Tonight, I will probably be killed. There was a huge crash of thunder. Whoa. Must have been really close. Dad's expression, brightly illuminated by the lightning, was burned into my eyes. Dad's face, which always looked so sure of itself and which always wore a taunting expression, was strangely frail in a way I couldn't really explain. It was so worn out that he looked like a different person. What? What are you talking about? That doesn't sound like you. I agree. What happened? You looked so timid all of a sudden. It's not like you. I'm gonna go fix my makeup too. Don't follow me. Dad turned away weakly. After that, only Kirie and I were left, still wide-eyed. What did he say? Tonight he'll be killed? You don't think that mysterious letter scared him, do you? He's been watching too many serial murder movies. Kirie-san didn't answer my lighthearted words and continued to stare at my dad's disappearing back. Badler-kun, when you told Rudolph-san to spill the beans right away, he left without telling us anything. Even though he said he had something to say to both of us, he didn't answer you. Why? Spin the chessboard around. What do you see? Well, when he said he wanted to talk but then couldn't, that's a contradiction. What? Can you see something by looking from Dad's perspective? Yes, I can see something. He wants to talk about something. However, he doesn't have the courage to bring it up. So he actually means, chase after me, talk to me, and ask me about it yourself. By saying, don't follow me, he actually means the opposite. By the way, Badler-kun, do you want to know what my favorite song from from the Donkey Kong Country cartoon is? Spin the chessboard around. It's no means yes. He actually means, follow me and force me to answer. Seriously, what a spoiled brat. What? Can you really call that reasoning? That's ridiculous. Can great private and police detectives deduce the emotions and feelings between men and women? They can't, right? Figuring out the feelings of the opposite sex is an even more advanced art than exposing the tricks in difficult crime cases. If you ask me, romance novels have much deeper mysteries than masterpiece mystery novels. I see. Is that how it is? I'll stand alongside that spoiled brat. He normally loves to bluff, but tonight, he's completely tired out from that heated discussion. He probably wants someone to lean on at the moment, and responding to that need is the role of his partner. Sounds passionate. Then I'll leave that old bastard in your hands. Yes, leave it to me. I called out to Kirie-san's departing back. Huh? What? I wanted to say thanks. thanks to you, my gloomy mood has cleared up a lot. That's good. Communication is important. After answering with a wink, Kiryu-san followed after Dad. Natsuhi could be found in a dimly lit hallway. Now and then the thunder would crash, but this had no effect on her expression. She looked completely worn out. And I'm putting my temples to my fingers to my temples, and the sprite is going to be the one of her with her eyes closed. The discussion that had just taken place between the relatives in the dining hall was repeating itself inside Natsuhi's mind. Beatrice had proclaimed that in addition to the gold, all of the inheritance and property of the Uchinomiya family would be given to the person who could solve the riddle. In other words, she planned to undermine the absolute guarantee that Kraus, as the oldest brother, had to succeed the family head. Originally, the other siblings had absolutely no chance to inherit the headship. To them, this proposal by Beatrice was extremely desirable. It was obvious that they would accept it. There was no need to play some clumsy detective game. Natsuhi knew that this so-called 19th person, Beatrice, couldn't exist. Naturally, Beatrice was nothing more than a fictional character used to pass a message that Kinzo had written himself. As proof, Kinzo had remained stubbornly neutral as to that letter's authenticity. He was completely ignoring these reckless claims that he shouldn't be able to ignore. He had given up the head's ring. In short, Kinzo had wordlessly admitted that the letter held his own message. Most likely, one of the servants had given Maria the letter. Kinzo probably worked out an elaborate plan where the dress from the portrait would be prepared, and someone, probably Shannon, would be made to wear it and deliver the letter and the umbrella. By doing that, he can make it seem like the witch from the portrait actually existed. No, if anything, that alone was proof that Kinzo was behind all this. In that case, it was the same as Kinzo trying to butt in on the siblings' private discussion. Then, Kinzo, by announcing that he'd give everything to the person who solved the riddle, could weaken Kraus's overwhelming advantage. Now it was certain. Kinzo had eavesdropped on the siblings' discussion in the parlor earlier that day. So he had known how Kraus had staved off the attack by the other three. And to make the scales of the battle go back into balance, he had sent out this strange letter, which benefited Kraus's rivals. He was trying to push this crazy theory so that Rosa, who had a weak position among the siblings because of her age, would join with Ava and Rudolph. Then, with a 3-to-1 advantage, they'd be able to overwhelm Kraus yet again and make their ridiculous theories get accepted by force. And by doing that, he gave them the power to resettle what had once been a nearly decided conflict. They had now started repeatedly pressing Kraus to pay them a large sum of money, no matter what, using the condition that all of the siblings would guarantee Kraus's position as a successor. Talk about advance payments was being brought up again, despite having been rejected once. Of course, even without the story about the hidden gold, the Uchinomiya's family store of wealth was vast. That store of wealth alone was more than enough. Even if the hidden gold was buried forever along with Kinzo's death, there would be more than enough to satisfy. Therefore, even if they weren't that interested in the gold itself, Kinzo had managed to instill the lifelong fear that, on the off chance that someone found the gold, that person would be granted the headship. And this kind of Achilles heel would definitely be taken advantage of by someone sooner or later. The only person with this fatal weakness was the successor, Kraus. The other siblings had frowned. No. They had been told about something, or told by Kinzo about something that only Kraus could lose. And they had thoroughly taken advantage of that. Damn it, never mind. Natsuhi, as Kraus's only ally in his painful position, and his wife, wanted to fight alongside him. She kept trying to explain to him that the existence of the gold itself was a farce, and that there was no need for him to compromise. Kraus had always told Natsuhi. He had told all of the siblings. He always said that the hidden gold was nothing more than an illusion created by Kinzo. Therefore, Natsuhi had believed it as his wife, and had supported her husband on that foundation. Even so, Natsuhi's words didn't reach Kraus. Even though Natsuhi had fought so hard and had lent all of her strength, he continued to fight by himself and was trying to compromise with the other three siblings. Natsuhi sadly and weakly wondered why she could be of no use to him, then started getting angry. It happened when everyone decided to take a short break to cool their heads. Natsuhi had flared up against Kraus. Enraged, she had asked why she could not be useful to him. He had then told her that he wanted to talk about something. Invited her into a room that she was normally not allowed to enter. That room had been sealed with a heavy-looking padlock, and just looking at it had given her an uncomfortable feeling. There's no need for you to worry about anything said by those three, or even the suspicious person who calls herself Beatrice. After all, the gold is just a ruse created by Father. There's no way something like that could be found. Your position as a successor is a solid fact. What are you afraid of? Kraus removed the padlock on the door. He then motioned for Natsuhi to enter. Oh god, is the gold going to be in that room? It can't be. What is this? There's something I want you to see. I've never shown you this before. Natsuhi timidly opened the door with a dubious expression on her face. It was pitch black. She searched for a switch to turn on the lights, but since this was her first time in the room, she didn't know where it was. Kraus entered behind her, pushing her in, and then when he closed the door before turning on the lights, the two were swallowed up by the darkness. Only the sound of Kraus locking the door rang out through the dark. What are you doing? The lights! I'm turning them on now. Wait. Just as he said, when Kraus pushed a switch on the wall, a flickering light turned on and lit up the room. That is... Natsuhi had her breath taken away. The room had no windows, and at a glance, it appeared to be empty. In the middle of the room, a small, round table had been set, and the lights brightened only that table, as if it were the leading part in a play. On top of the table, a red tablecloth of elaborate design had been set out, covered with dust, and on top of that, something about the size of a grown man's arm had been set down. Oh, it's one ingot. It's a single fucking ingot of the gold. That something took Natsuhi's breath away. Yup! The gold ingot of incredible purity. Without this, no one would believe in the legend of the gold. It was an ingot of solid gold. Even in the faint light, it sparkled with a noble and dignified glint. This is not a proper ingot. I don't even know whether it was cast inside or outside the country. It took a high level of skill to make the purest of solid gold ingots, and in order to verify that purity, it was standard to have the original foundry and the name of the bank that guaranteed it imprinted on the gold. However, this ingot did not have that kind of seal. This mysterious gold bar had come from an unknown foundry. Look here. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a bar of gold. Natsuhi, following Kraus's words, timidly approached the ingot. Needless to say, I am hopelessly dependent on the ingot. Right there. Kraus pointed at the surface of the ingot. Natsuhi concentrated on that section. Right there was the thin imprint of the one-winged eagle crest. Natsuhi's breath was taken away once again. That's right. This is the legendary ingot that Father said he received from the witch, that the president of Maruso witnessed and was allowed to select at random to take back with him, that gained the trust of the fixers in the business world. I had to use all possible means to find it. I found it before the other siblings could. How could... Then the legend of Father's gold is... It actually exists. The gold that Ushiromiya Kinzo received from Beatrice actually exists. Impossible! So it really does exist! Natsuhi was shocked. Kraus had always said that Kinzo's gold was just a fabrication, so she had believed it, as his wife. However, the reality was different. Since he held definite proof, He had been more certain than any of the other siblings that the legend of the gold was true. Because of this, Kraus was deeply frightened at the possibility that someone other than himself would find the gold he'd failed to find, costing him everything. Do you know what this means? Beatrice is real! Beatrice is real! Ah! But to Natsuhi, this truth was more than enough to split open her heart. She had thought that, as Kraus's wife, she should be his closest confidant, which is why she had selflessly supported him. No, girl, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Not one soul trusts you. Not one soul respects you enough to confide in you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, Natsuhi, that this is how you find out. I'm so sorry that this is how you find out and confirm that, like, you have just been a womb to your husband this whole time. I'm so sorry. And yet, he had hid this fact from her until today. Why? Have I been so undeserving of your trust? That has never been my intention. There was simply no need to tell you. Is that all a wife means to you? Calm down. Becoming passionate easily is one of your bad habits. You're the one who's making me like that, aren't you? I've been supporting you as a wife ever since I married into this family. For your sake, I threw away the family I was born into, and I've been offering up my heart and my body to serve you. And in return, this is what I get? How could you? Kraus grimaced, looking annoyed. Kraus hamburglared, looking annoyed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, it's not funny. Not now. His expression effectively communicated how much he disliked this part of Natsuhi, even if he didn't say it out loud. It doesn't look like I will be of any use to you anymore. That's fine. I can resolve the troubles with the siblings by myself. Bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? Bro, that's it. That's it, bro. Move over. Move over, bro. That's it. I'm tired of your ass. I don't need your help. Bro! That's wrong! This is the Ushiromiya family's problem. It's true that I'm not permitted to wear the family crest on my body, but I am still your wife. Even so, are you saying I'm not capable of helping you? Are you? I especially wouldn't want to risk getting you involved. It would probably make your headaches even worse than they are now. Take a rest for today. The siblings will deal with the siblings' problems. It has nothing to do with you. That is all. A dull headache tormented Natsuhi. No matter what medicine she took, no matter what scents she burned, it wouldn't heal. In fact, simply wandering alone through the dark corridors and listening to the sound of the rain seemed to be a better cure. I may be Natsuhi, but I was never Ushiromiya Natsuhi. I have been despised and treated as a borrowed womb, and insulted when I couldn't even fill that role. Even so, I have tried to properly perform my duties as a wife, but now, even my husband has rejected me. I've done my best raising my daughter, as if it were the last job left to me. However, I've had no release from my anger and sadness, and they've caused me to subconsciously strain that relationship too. Because I've been excessively strict in Jessica's education, she dislikes me thoroughly. She despises me for having no interest in anything but grades. There is no longer anything I can do for the Ushiromiya family. I don't like where this is. This sounds bad. This sounds dire, man. No. No, man. No. No. That's no good. Despite it all, I must help my husband and beat back the schemes of the other greedy siblings. Okay. 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 That's something. That's something. It's misguided, but it's something. I was really scared. I was really scared where we were going. The family head won't be around much longer. Eventually, Kraus will succeed the head, and the next successor will be Jessica. Strictly speaking, the man who enters the family by marrying Jessica will become the next head. But it all comes to the same thing. I have to make Jessica an excellent successor, whom everyone will accept as worthy to take over the Ushiromiya family. In the days to come, that greedy Ushiromiya Eva will probably be plotting to find some fault with the main family. And if it all goes as she plans, Jessica will be dragged down from the succession, with George set up in her place. It is regrettable, but George is a man, and even more, has matured as a person. Compared to Jessica, who is right in the middle of her rebellious period and whose grades are slightly below average, it can be seen at a glance who is more fit to succeed the head. In order to secure Jessica's position, I need to turn her into an excellent person. For doing that, I want to find her an excellent husband worthy of the excellent person she will have become. A wonderful man who will truly accept Jessica and stay with her through all of life's joys and sorrows. Was Natsuhi trying to entrust her daughter with fulfilling some desire of her own? Natsuhi thought back to the days when she had no choice but to marry into the Ushiromiya family because of that unavoidable fate. She had tried to block that from her memory. She had consciously forgotten it, and had actively attended to the life she'd been given as Ushiromiya Natsuhi, and in so doing, she had built up a new life. But just now, it felt like all of that had been casually rejected. How should I think as I live my life? I do not know. Natsuhi helplessly rested her head against the glass of the window. The glass, which was cool thanks to the raindrops beating against it, felt somehow refreshing, even though it should have been emotionless. Right then, it seemed to be the only thing that could understand Natsuhi. At that point, even if someone had appeared, Natsuhi didn't intend to pay any attention to them. She did pay attention, because it was her beloved daughter. Oh, it's you, Mom. What the heck are you doing in a place like this? I thought you were a ghost. Just as always, her words were rough, and not at all like a girl's. Instinctively, words of rebuke rose to Natsuhi's throat. However, their strength gave out, and they didn't escape her lips. Jessica, forgive me, but my headache is awful. Please leave me be. I see. Jessica was seeing her mother in a position of feebleness for the first time, so she was considerably disconcerted. Until now, she'd been filled with contempt for all of the parents, including her mother. But now, those feelings had been completely swept away. Her mother's utterly exhausted face had wiped them all out. In its place, the words George had told her floated up back in her mind. Her parents are doing their best in their own way. And because their families are counting on them, they can't afford to keep everything pleasant and have a heavy responsibility to fight. Maybe her mother had been standing around in this dimly lit hallway because no one had tried to understand that part of her. Jessica hated her mother, so she had no intention of speaking with her, or speaking kindly to Natsuhi just because she was looking a bit frail. So when she attempted to speak kindly to her mother anyway, she had to clench her fists and gather up the words from deep in her heart. It sounds like you've really got your hands full with that meeting thing. It has nothing to do with you. Please go somewhere else. Is your headache bad? Should I go get some medicine? You don't have to trouble yourself. Please, leave me alone. Natsuhi wasn't being cold. She just wanted her daughter to go far away so that she wouldn't have to bump against Natsuhi's own short temper. There was no chance that Jessica would realize this. Okay. Jessica hung her head, looking sad. Seeing that expression, Natsuhi recognized the kindness that Jessica was trying to muster. She gave her head a small shake to drive away her own unkind feelings. Then I'll leave. I'll be with the other cousins, so I don't get in the way of the adults. See you later. Wait there. She called Jessica, who was trying to leave and looked lonely, to a stop. What? Thank you for being so considerate. It isn't good of me to go to sleep and leave you alone. Don't talk like that. You'll bring bad luck. I've made you worried, but I'm okay now. I will go. If I let my daughter see me this feeble any longer, I'll only make her feel more uneasy. With that thought in mind, Natsuhi left Jessica with words of gratitude and made to depart. This time, Jessica called out to her mother's back. Natsuhi stopped and turned around, asking what business Jessica had with her. But Jessica herself didn't know why she'd stopped her mother, and for a while, she smiled wryly, muttering to herself as she hesitated over what to say. She was poking around in her pocket when her hand touched something, and she took it out. Hey, Mom. I, was given a charm today. What was it? A charm against magic? I'm pretty sure that you were supposed to hang it from your doorknob, I think. I forget. There's no point in me having it, so I'll let you take it. It was the scorpion charm that Maria had given her on the beach. Although she'd heard of its various effects from Maria, Jessica's mind had gone blank, and she was just barely able to even say that much. Jessica, thinking that her mother probably wouldn't accept it anyway, immediately drew back the hand she had stuck out, grasping the charm. So when Natsuhi came back to take it, she was extremely shocked. What is this? Some kind of prize toy? Well, I think it's something like that. I guess you wouldn't really expect a charm that looks like a toy to do anything. But her mother took the charm from where she grasped it in her hand. Thank you. I'll take good care of it. Sometime soon, in exchange, why don't I give you a charm that was important to me when I was a child? It's not like that's why I gave it to you, but, well, if you really say so, then I will rest for now. There it is. My headache is awful. Try not to stay up too late. Sure. Natsuhi put the charm in her pocket and turned away. She then disappeared into the dark hall. It seems the weather will be like this all day tomorrow after all. Dang. This makes the good weather we had earlier feel like a lie. George Aniki and I were killing time in front of the parlor television. At that point, Jessica returned. Her face was still blank, but it looked like she had calmed down a little since we'd last seen her. Is Maria still in front of the portrait? Nope. She just came back, and she's sleeping over there on the sofa. It's getting pretty late for her after all. Looking at the clock, I saw it was a little past 10 p.m. No, wait, because why is it a little past 10 p.m. right now? Even if we were planning to stay up all night, it was about time to head back to our room. Well, my mom did have a room prepared for us in the mansion. What'll we do? I'd rather head back to the guest house. Going by what we saw of our parents, I think it'd be better if we weren't in the mansion. I agree. Feels like they're telling us kids to mind our own business and stay out of their way. Let's be good little boys and girls and do that. As we were talking about this, Aunt Rosa came into the parlor. She was looking all over restlessly, probably trying to find Maria. Aunt Rosa, if you're looking for Maria, she's over there by the sofa. Thank you. My, she's out cold. We must move her to her bed. If you'd like, I'll carry her over to a bed. Thanks, that would be wonderful. Are you all heading back to the guest house? Or are you going to stay in the room Natsuhi-ne-san had prepared here? We were just talking about that. We just decided to head over to the guest house. I see. Then could I ask you to take Maria with you? I'd feel much more reassured if she stays with all of you cousins. Behind those words, she seemed to be concealing some regret that the adults, herself included, had deeply hurt Maria's feelings. Leave it to us, Aunt Rosa. After all, we do have an expert at comforting Maria with us. Are you talking about me? I couldn't do it myself. We'll need everyone together. That's right. Badler, weren't you the one who hit it off with Maria when you were messing around earlier? As we said this, Aunt Rosa smiled, looking truly happy. Thank you, everyone. It looks like our meeting will last until very late. So, while I'm sorry to burden you like this, I'll be counting on all of you to take care of Maria. Hey, Maria, are you sound asleep? We're going back to the guest house. Maria muttered something indistinct, rolled over, and fell back asleep. It looked like she was sleeping deeply. She's really out cold. I'd hate to wake her. Right. I'll carry her. Maria's body was much lighter than it looked. I lifted her up and put her on George Aniki's back. It was raining hard outside, and Aniki couldn't hold an umbrella and carry Maria at the same time. It looked like Aunt Rosa would come with us as far as the guest house to help out. However, when she heard Uncle Krause's voice call out to her, she had no choice but to return. Now that's a problem. I have to go back now. Is everyone returning to the guest house? After we left the hall on the way to the entrance, the door to the servant room opened and Shanan-chan stepped out. It has grown... Oh, excuse me. It has grown very dark, so allow me to guide you. That would be great, Shanan-chan. George-kun is going to carry Maria there. Could you hold an umbrella for him? Yes, certainly. Shanan-chan brought umbrellas for each of us and a flashlight to guide the way. As we opened the front door, the downpour was quite terrific. It looked like we wouldn't have any spare time to take a pleasant walk and enjoy the nighttime rose garden. Aniki, is she too heavy? Want me to carry her? It's okay. I can at least carry Maria-chan. I'm truly grateful. Please take care of Maria. Sure, you got it. Then I guess this is good night, Aunt Rosa. Then I will see them over there and return here. Yes, please. Aunt Rosa watched us leave. Maria, sorry for everything. Rosa's mumbling voice didn't reach the person in question, nor any of the kids, but disappeared beneath the sound of the rain. After cutting through the rainy rose garden, we arrived at the guest house. If only I'd applied for the position of Maria carrier. Then I would have gotten a chance to have Shanan-chan's huge boobs rubbing all over my arm. That's not why I did it. It's a misunderstanding. I thought that if I didn't walk like this, George-sama would get all wet. Come on, quit babbling and go in. After being urged on by Jessica, we folded up our umbrellas and went into the guest house. Has anyone gotten their clothes wet? I can bring some towels if you want. You don't need to worry about us that much. Thanks, Shanan-chan. Oh, that's right. We were planning to play cards or something. Would you care to join us for a bit? Huh? Who had the night shift on today's schedule? I believe we had a special schedule during the family conference. Also, I think a few alterations have been made, so I will go and check. Wait, if you have to go all the way back to the mansion to find out, don't force yourself. Oh, that's all right. I can find out from the servant room in the guest house. Please, excuse me for a short while. Shanan-chan gave a quick bow and went into the guest house servant room. The rest of us headed for the cousin room and decided to put Maria to bed for the time being. Maria was sleeping very deeply, and there was absolutely no sign of her eyes opening. For now, we'd get some soft drinks out of the room's refrigerator and drink those while playing cards or something. At 10 p.m.? Oh, Kanan-kun. And you're here too, Genji-sama. What has happened with tonight's shift? Kraus-sama has given an order. He made some sizable changes to the shift schedule. Indeed. Goda-san now has the night shift at the mansion. Shannon and Kanan have the night shift in the guest house. Masawa-san and I have been ordered to sleep in the guest house. Just now, a phone call came saying that once you arrived, you were also to remain here for the rest of the night. Huh? That certainly is a sizable change. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion have been completely reversed, haven't they? Originally, Shannon and Kanan had been assigned the night shift in the mansion, while the night shift in the guest house, where all the relatives were staying, had been assigned to Goda, who had an abundance of experience in entertaining. Kumasawa should have been sleeping at the guest house, while Genji should have been sleeping in the mansion. However, it seemed that Kraus had suddenly ordered that the schedule be modified. The shifts at the guest house and the mansion had all been reversed, and Genji was spending the night in the guest house. It's probably because of Beatrice-sama's letter. Why probably? After such a mysterious letter appeared, it was only natural that Kraus-sama would suspect one of us. We served directly under the master, so Kraus-sama tried as best as he could to keep us far away from the family conference. Genji, Shannon, and Kanan were all permitted to wear the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, as the servants who served directly under Kinzo. Of course, since they were working for the Ushiromiya family, they had to obey anyone's orders, but their only boss was Kinzo. Since only Kinzo held the right to employ them, even Kraus could not have them dismissed of his own accord. Because of this, Kraus and the others often viewed these servants as Kinzo's underlings and shunned them. And in fact, Kinzo seldom let anyone other than them enter his study. This sudden shift change was probably a clear expression of the sense of mistrust that had caused. Considering the time Kinzo had left to live, this would definitely be the last family conference before the problem of inheritance came up. On top of that, the mysterious letter that claimed to be from Beatrice had dropped in out of the blue. What if Yoshi found a mysterious letter? Kraus definitely wanted to keep Kinzo's loyal subjects away from the table of such a delicate and important discussion. If you would excuse me, I will go rest. If anything happens, call me immediately. Our guest tonight is a special case, after all. Yes, certainly, Genji-sama. Genji nodded back, went behind a screen, took off his jacket, and slowly began to relax after a day's worth of tension. The ones who just returned now, were they the children? Yes. The other relatives are having a conference in the mansion. It looked like it would drag on for quite some time. And we've got it easy. It's already this late, and there's this weather. The rest of the relatives will probably spend the night in their rooms in the mansion. Yes, probably. I'm only saying this because Genji-sama isn't around, but I'm a little happy I was sent to the guest house, I guess. Oh? Why's that? Because you can stay away from Madam and Eva-sama, those bullies? Or do you have another reason? It's not as though I have another reason. I see. Then, let's do our best together with our night shift. I'm counting on you, Nason. Just now, I was asked to go to the children's room and play with them. Shannon hugged her head apologetically, gazing at Kanan uncertainly. Kanan didn't try to meet her eyes and spoke curtly as he sighed. It looked like he didn't plan on indulging his sister. You can't. You were assigned to the night shift. Besides which, it isn't necessary for furniture like us to respond to an invitation to play. You understand, right? Yes, I do understand. Shannon's shoulders drooped slightly. She had already expected that Kanan, a stickler for the rules, would say something like that, but she still seemed a little discouraged. As Cannon flipped through a logbook, he spoke without facing Shannon. That means the children will be waiting for you. You'll have to apologize and tell them that the night shift won't be able to stay with them. You have the night shift and won't be able to stay with them. Go and come back. Huh? Yes. I'll go apologize and come back. Shannon hurriedly stood from her seat before her brother's mood could change and flew out of the servant's room after giving a quick bow. As he watched her go, Cannon took a single deep breath. Genji's voice came from beyond the screen. Cannon, I will be here, so you can go too. Genji-sama. Shannon was the only one called. It's not as though I was invited. That is only because you were not there at the time. If you had been, you would have been invited as well. It is good to play as a child from time to time. No, such a thing is not necessary for me. Human children may have a need to play, but we are furniture. Is that so? Nason is also furniture. Even if she pretends to be a person, it will only hurt her later. I understand that, so I try not to get too close to people. That's all. Genji did not say anything after that. After a while, he stood up and used a pot of hot water to make powdered cocoa, serving some to Cannon as well. Is that for real? I had no clue. Dumbass, you're too loud. You'll wake Maria up. Badler was so surprised by that he yelled obnoxiously and scattered his cards everywhere. His voice caused Maria to turn over once, but she soon fell back into a deep sleep. Jessica gave him a jab and he lowered his voice. Still. Seriously, now that you mention it, they really did have that kind of atmosphere, didn't they? Now I see. So George Aniki is... George couldn't be seen anywhere in the room. A short while ago, when Shannon came into the room, George suddenly said that he had forgotten something in the mansion and needed to go back and get it. Shannon said she would guide him, just like she had on the way to the guest house, and the two of them departed together. Oh! Well, there's actually been signs of it for a while now. You know, questions about hobbies and favorite things. I always thought it was a bit much for a passing interest. And look what's happened now. Come to think of it, I get the feeling George Aniki's always been overly nice to Shannon-chan. Now I get it. According to the weather report, it looks like it'll be at its worst tonight. It also seems it'll last all day tomorrow, though it should get a little better. Really? Then maybe the boat won't arrive until the day after tomorrow. I hope that doesn't interfere with your work on Monday. I already knew the typhoon would be coming beforehand. Just in case, I made sure I didn't have any plans for Monday, so it's okay. I may not look it, but I really am the type who can plan ahead in his schedule. George puffed out his chest, acting proud. Compared to the calm appearance George always had as the oldest cousin, he now looked amusingly like a little kid. Shannon chuckled at this abrupt contrast. It's no surprise you're so well prepared, as someone who will bring prosperity to his company someday. Well, making a company prosper really is a tough job. You don't know how hard it is being a CEO. Money isn't the only thing that's important. I learned that well when studying under my father. Making a company prosper is like owning a castle and leading your subordinates. My dad really loves reading about great leaders during the warring periods of Japan, a hobby that's probably influenced by the fact that he shares Toyotomi Hideyoshi's name. Much of his philosophy on managing businesses comes from talking about them. Did you know? Takeda Shingen, who was feared as the leader of the strongest cavalry corps in the warring periods, started out with his troops in complete disarray, and he didn't have the kind of leadership necessary to utilize them well. Is that true? That's a little unexpected. In order to unite his troops, Shingen showed his excellent leadership in many ways. For example, when a soldier succeeded well in battle, he would immediately honor them with a medal. Normally, that kind of thing was put off until after the war, and they were all awarded at once. He continued this diligently while on the field of battle. Immediately showing his appreciation for his troops' military exploits motivated them in an extremely significant fashion. Also, whenever one of his troops was brought down by an illness, he would be the first to rush up to them and take care of them, and so on. Takeda Shingen wasn't just the man who led the strongest cavalry corps in the warring period. He was the person who cared the most for his troops throughout that era. And because he was that kind of person, all of his troops went along with him. The truth was, Shannon had already heard this story several years ago. But whenever a discussion of his father led to this sort of topic, George would always glow and look like he was having a great time. So Shannon just smiled without interrupting, urging him to continue. Of course, in a capitalist world, money determines both your strength and the height of your fortifications. But you can't build up a castle or succeed in war by yourself. Such things can only be accomplished with the support of many subordinates by borrowing their strength and claiming it for yourself. After understanding this, when I look at my father's back, I realize how immature I am. I can clearly see how much competition he had to overcome before building up all he has now. George-sama, you truly look up to your father. I'm jealous. Sorry, that's not how I meant it. I'm sorry, that's not how I meant it either. The two of them awkwardly looked at their feet. Shannon had no parents. She had been brought up in an orphanage owned by Kinzo, called the Fukuin House. Under the guidance of Kinzo, their honorary director, the orphanage offered members who excelled a chance for on-the-job serving experience. If their efforts met with Kinzo's approval, they'd be able to leave the orphanage and work as servants for the Ushiromiya family. This was considered to be the highest honor for those who lived in the orphanage. Servants from the Fukuin house all took names with the character "on" in them while they served. Though Shannon wasn't her real name. The same went for Kanon. All of the members of the Fukuin house were orphans. At least, they were all people who had been separated from their parents under special circumstances. Because of this, the orphans had been taught to think of each other as their only family. That's why it seemed so natural to both of them when Kanon called Shannon his sister. And while both Shannon and Kanon were working in the mansion today, there were several other servants possessing the On character in their names, such as Manon and Lennon, who often worked in a rotation schedule. However, there were not many servants who stayed with the Ushiromiya family for long. It was standard for them to quit after 3 years. So you could probably say that Shannon, who had been working for 10 years, was a notable exception to the rule. Working as a servant for the Ushiromiya family was a heavy burden to bear, but the pay wasn't bad at all. Working for a full 3 years would earn more than what was needed to enter mainstream society. That was why, even though the orphans realized what a harsh task working for the Ushiromiya family was, they still hoped to be accepted. Maybe the fact that Shannon managed to continue working for 10 years wasn't because she had more willpower than the other servants. Maybe she had gotten stuck working for 10 years because she didn't have the courage to say she wanted to quit. Kinzo couldn't even trust his own blood relatives, and these excellent servants sent from the Fukuin house were the only ones he could rely on. Because of that, Kinzo would sometimes allow them to wear the family crest as servants under his direct control and have them work close to him. You've been working here for almost 10 years now, right? You must have saved up a lot of money by now. I wonder. It's not like there's anything in particular I'd like to buy. After all, a few million yen isn't enough to live off for the rest of your life. So, the reason you've been working all this time wasn't to hit some target sum? Yes, that's right. I have nowhere to go outside this mansion. I have been getting along well with Milady and the other young servants. The madam does scold me sometimes, but caring for the roses and cleaning the mansion is fun. That can't be your entire life, Shannon-chan. No, Sayo-chan. Shannon cast her eyes downward when she heard her real name. She understood what George was trying to say and felt silent. There's something I've learned as I continue to study even after becoming an adult and a full-fledged member of society. A human's life is not as monotonous or short as we thought when we were kids. All school-age kids have certain fears they can't shake. They wonder whether they'll live the rest of their lives like sleepy classes after a monotonous and boring school day, spending their time in a carefree laziness without anything interesting happening until it's all over. However, life's only like that for underage students. Compared to a human's life, the time they spend as students is nothing more than a blink of an eye, a period where they break through the shells of their immaturity. The inside of the shell may be a hot, suffocating, and boring world, but the world beyond that shell is vast and filled with limitless possibilities. So far, your life has been trapped inside the shell called Shannon. I think you're under the mistaken impression that your life will continue like this forever. Shannon couldn't deny those words. She'd been able to harbor any clear doubts about her lifestyle, and since she never had any hopes or goals for changing herself, she'd lazily continued living the way she'd always had. I don't know if I would call it lazily, personally, but... And if asked whether this life was satisfying, she wouldn't have been able to nod. She may have been intentionally averting her eyes from the truth. Without George's admonishments, she would have continued pretending not to notice as her real life slipped away bit by bit, neglected. Girl, it's okay. You have so much time. George-sama, is it wrong for me to continue living this way? Yeah, it is. Oh, and by the way, didn't you break one of our rules just now? George immediately gave a strict answer, then broke out into a mischievous smile. Shannon already knew what she was being chided for, and she hung her head again, apparently embarrassed. Didn't you promise not to use Sama when the two of us are alone? I couldn't obey that as a promise, but if it was an order, I would have to obey it. Because I'm furniture. Then it's an order. Yes. Certainly, George-san. As Shannon hung her head, her face red, she said George's name again, this time following it with san. Yeah, that's fine, Sayo-chan. George smiled at Shannon. No, Sayo, to praise her small act of bravery. This short exchange alone made it clear how far back their relationship must have stretched. For a long while, the two talked as if the weather raging about them didn't even enter their thoughts. They talked about the many memories they'd built during their relationship that no one else knew about. No one else knew about! Every once in a while, a flash of lightning would attempt to interrupt them, but this could sully neither the roses nor the time they spent blushing at each other. That's right. I have something I wanted to show you. What could it be? George, who had been speaking eloquently, suddenly started to stutter. Watching him, Shannon seemed to guess something. George timidly searched through his pocket. Something got caught in the depths of his pocket, and just like the stuttering George, it took a little while to get it out. It was a very small box. A small box covered in a deep blue velvet. That peculiar shape was enough to tell anyone what was resting inside. Shannon had prepared her heart somewhat, certain beforehand that this is what he had been planning. No! Oh, hell! Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no, George! No! Oh, we killing you for this one, dude! No! But even so, when she actually saw it, she couldn't avoid blushing once more. George opened the small box, took something out, and held it out for Shannon to take. I want you to take this. I, couldn't accept something so valuable. You can't take it? No, I'm unworthy of such a thing. Sayo, this isn't a request. It's an order. Take this ring. Don't, God, come on, man. Come on. Ew, like, ew. Like, ew. Ew. Okay. If it's an order, I cannot disobey. Yeah, that's right. Well done. Shannon, not wanting to show her bright red face, timidly accepted the ring from George's hand while still staring at the ground. That ring wasn't a simple accessory. It was a noble object, meant since ancient times to be offered to a special woman under special circumstances. Therefore, while George could order her to take it, he cannot order anything beyond that. Anything beyond that would depend not on an order, but on Shannon's, no, Sayo's own will. So, from here on, I'm not ordering you anymore. Sayo, I want you to give me your answer by tomorrow, without using words. Do you understand? How should I won't order you any further, so this isn't an order. But a ring is something you put on your finger, after all. If you like it, you can just put it on any finger that you choose. Shannon had only pretended not to know. She had already understood what he wanted her to do, but she was standing at a huge crossroads of her life. Look how late it's gotten. Let's call it a day. George turned away from Shannon, acting just a bit bluntly. I could probably order you to wear it on your left hand. You might be timid and dependent enough to actually obey that kind of an order. But I want at least this last step to be done by your own will, Sayo. Understand? Yes. So, that's my order. I want you to think about it well tonight and show me your answer tomorrow. Shannon nodded back. Today was the culmination of their many days spent together. This moment certainly hadn't come as a surprise to Shannon. We should be getting back to the guest house soon. If we take any longer, we'll make everyone worry about us. They ain't worried, bro. They ain't worried about you. Oh, I'm sorry. I just remembered something I had to do in the mansion, so, I have to go back to the mansion. At a time like this? Is that true? George stared into Shannon's face as he laughed mischievously. He definitely saw through Shannon's lie. However, when he saw how she felt, he could sort of understand that she might be so embarrassed that she'd want to be alone. So because George realized the meaning behind Shannon's lie, he accepted it. Break the glass. Fuck it. Yep. Get me out of here. Get me out of here! We shortly after beat George to death with hammers. Shannon entered the entrance hall to the mansion with a tottering gait. A mixture of exultation and uncertainty gave her a feeling that she couldn't easily describe. It swelled up in her chest until she felt like she was about to burst. After stopping for a second in front of the servant room to take a deep breath and calm her heart, she opened the door. Inside, Goda, who had been ordered to take the midnight shift at the mansion tonight, was absorbed in a wore-out crossword puzzle magazine. He looked up for an instant to see if one of the family had come. When he realized it was a fellow servant, he returned to his puzzle as if nothing had happened. Kenji-sama told me to come and help you. Ah, is that so? That's a relief. I was just about to go check that the mansion was fully locked up, but I felt uneasy about leaving this room unmanned. After all, Kraus-sama and the others' meeting looks as though it will continue for quite some time. They might request some tea at any moment. That's true. Then what shall we do? Should I watch over? In that case, forgive me, Shannon-san, but I'll ask that you patrol the mansion. Bro, fuck you! He was like, I'm worried about leaving my post to go do my job, but now that you're here, you can do it.
Yay!
I will stay here awaiting the family's orders. Yes. Shannon was slightly disgusted. Even though she'd come here to help out as a favor, she was casually being forced to do the job of the person actually on duty. Yeah, she's not even supposed to be here. Bro, you know this. You know the shifts, you know the schedule. Furthermore, after one-sidedly forcing that task on her, Goda returned to his magazine once again and became immersed in his crossword puzzle. You fucking piece of shit. Shannon bowed her head as a token sign of respect for her elder, then left the room to patrol the mansion. Thanks to her being a bit ticked off, she managed to suppress that floating feeling she'd been having until just now. And anyway, she couldn't let Genji or Kanon see her looking like this. She wanted a little time to herself until her heart calmed down. So maybe going on patrol wouldn't be so bad. She began to hear the tumultuous voices of the family discussion coming from the dining hall. Someone was speaking at great length, only to be interrupted by someone else. The second person also began to speak in a very long, drawn-out fashion until yet another person interrupted. That kept on repeating. It was as though their displeasure was seeping out through their voices. She had been told to go to the guest house, so it would be bad if Kraus discovered her. Thinking this, Shannon dashed past the dining hall. Then, she went along a prearranged route through the dark mansion, checking that all the locks were secure. She walked down the hall, checking each window. There were no humans at Rokkenjima other than those connected to the family, so locking up didn't really serve much of a purpose. Bro, the witch. No one had been in the habit of locking up at the Ushiromiya head family. At least not until Natsuhi had scolded them for being so careless. The metal fixtures on the windows were ice cold, and as she had checked them one by one, the glow in her heart seemed to cool down. Huh? At that time, she thought she saw something twinkling across the hall. Twinkling? How could anything be twinkling through the darkness of the hall? She figured she must have been imagining it, but she still held her breath. Grasping a curtain, she fearfully gazed down the hall. However, other than the occasional crack of thunder brightening the hallway, she was unable to glimpse any flicker again. It must have been her imagination after all. Maybe her heart was so agitated that she had seen something that didn't even exist. Shannon went back to checking the windows. However, a certain unnerving memory was resurrected in the back of her mind. It was that ghost story, which had been passed down amongst the servants who served the Ushiromiya head family. The mansion had two different masters, one of the day and one of the night. Beatrice, the master of the night, would sometimes fly around the mansion in the form of sparkling butterflies. That was the story. Come to think of it, didn't Kanon-kun once say he had seen it with his own eyes? Though he got sulky when I said he must have imagined it and refused to believe him. Could it possibly be true? The roar of the thunder gave no answer. Bro, I'm fucking freaking. I'm scared. When there's suddenly nothing to read, I'm fucking terrified. Bruh. I just got an achievement. Oh. It's midnight. Whoa. Oh, the second day, October 5th, 1986. Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night. That's so, dude, fuck, you're so right. This is the 4th stream and that was all one day. I'm never, oh my God, I'm never finishing this game, bro. Oh my God, I'm never finishing this game. Ah! Ah! Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night, but the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing. It seems it will last all day after all. Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama. Kanon finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom. On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, the relative stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Kanon thought it'd be best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night. Even though they'd spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Kanon sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he had probably already woken up and was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. Or fucking making Shannon do it. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. The Ushiromiya family mansion wasn't the only thing on Rokenjima, so in the past they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsuhi had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Ever since then, unlocking the door in the early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift. This task had been given to Genji and Kanon, so that Goda could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was asleep. Well then, let us begin the morning chores. Yes, sir. The two of them split up and began opening the curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion would remain enveloped in faint darkness, as though it was still trapped in the previous night. Happy affiliate anniversary. Oh yeah, your PNG is so cutie dev. Hi, Cherry. Hi. Thank you. Thank you so much. Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Kanon went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. Oh yeah, you were playing Deadlock. You're playing Deadlock. How is the new character? Is she fun? She's very fun. Her main attack is like Symmetra from Overwatch 1 before her changes. Wait, that sounds awesome. Uh-oh. Fuck. Dude, I gotta play Deadlock. I gotta play Deadlock so soon. I gotta play it like this weekend. Smirks, do you play? I don't play it enough. I do. I really so want to learn that game. I really so want to learn that game because it feels like this could be like the Valve game that I actually like fully get into. So yeah, I really do want to play it some more. Even with this horrible weather, drawing the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen. Umineko and Deadlock, just take the Robbie Dude challenge. Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet. His stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking. Good morning. Huh? He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. That lazy fuck. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running. The light wasn't even on. It was still cold, without any trace of a fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been inexcusable, perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. I thought they were furniture. Which is it? They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In the rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices, smoothly cover it up, and make sure the family never even realize that anything has gone wrong. Cannon took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. Huh? He couldn't hear that characteristic sound of a dial tone. Cannon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect. Uh-oh. 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 Could the lightning last night have damaged some machine, breaking the extension line? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Cannon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsuhi's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly, and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. To Natsuhi, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. Oh, she's alive, thank God. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought that it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than her guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness. No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room, and her headache wouldn't get any worse here. This room was the only place she could find peace, so when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? Yes! Natsuhi, take the Robbie Do challenge. Please. I'm begging you. That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsuhi's face. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his own room and refusing to attend to everyone else. The truth was that she longed to do the same. Yeah, I mean, fucking, I would be jealous about somebody doing that too. Because, like, I can't. Natsuki gave her head a small shake, and her fantasy was replaced by the reawakening of her usual headache. When she reached for the doorknob trying to leave her room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she had hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It protected her. It was Maria's charm, which Natsuki had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica say something about it having the power to repel magic, telling her to hang it from her doorknob? Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful. I wonder if I have Jessica to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep I managed to receive. Then Natsuki remembered. That's right. Last night, I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsuki opened a drawer on her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there were many small objects that Natsuki had thought were valuable at the time. From amidst those, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. At the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. She had heard that this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and had been given it specially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed that since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsuki returned the mirror to its pouch. It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. But as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room. Yes? Good morning, madam. It is Genji. My apologies for waking you so early. I'm coming now. What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Natsuki took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever trouble she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Natsuki tentatively responded. Good morning. Did something happen? My apologies. It would seem that the telephones have broken down due to the lightning last night. The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive my coming to see you directly. The extension telephone isn't working? That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to fix it? I'm afraid we don't know the location of the damage. Later on, I would like to call in an expert and have him repair it. Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until after the typhoon passes? Dude, the morning has just started and she's already broken out this Sprite. Just pack it in. Just go back to sleep. Just go back to sleep, Nazi. Call the day a wash. We'll start over tomorrow. Then it will remain broken down for the duration of our guest's stay. Will that hamper our efforts to care for our guests? We will do all we can to assure that there are no problems. Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders. Natsuki let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst, but damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava. Natsuki gave her head a light shake. Are the preparations for breakfast proceeding well? As to that, we haven't been able to find Goda. The arrangements for breakfast have yet to be carried out. What did you say? Natsuki was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phones not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time, and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Natsuki put her hand to her forehead and shook her head. Well, I suppose he slept in. At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries up and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. What? Natsui exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. That creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. It was an unpleasant sight, as if someone had dipped their fingers in a reddish-black liquid and scratched at the door around the doorknob. It was probably some sort of awful prank, arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands. What sort of prank is this? How awful! I also just noticed it as I came to call you. I will clean it later. Perhaps this is a vulgar joke by one of the guests. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. The charm worked. Never doubt Maria ever again. Never doubt her again. Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsu had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would seem just as though she was making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't even realized that such a prank had been played on her. Natsu gave the order to have it cleaned and headed off to the parlor with a squeak of her heels. Damn it, she's alive. I mean, they're both alive. Yay. When Natsuhi and Genji arrived in the parlor, Eva and Hideyoshi were already there. Good morning, everyone. Morning, Natsuhi-san. I hear Goda-san would be making us breakfast, too. My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up. After all, it seems food is all you can look forward to at the head family household. I am pleased to see that you two are in high spirits so early in the morning, Eva-san. With a weary expression, Natsui returned Ava's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Dude, it is like 6:30. It is 6:30 and they're already at it? Are you kidding? Come on. Then Cannon jogged in. After bowing an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice. Cannon, have you still not found Goda? My apologies, madam. I went all over the inside of the mansion and the guest house, but I still haven't found him. Where in the world has he gone? At any rate, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda right now. See to it immediately. Yes. Excuse me. Cannon glanced at Genji. It seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the words should come from him. One second. Hold on a minute. Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself. Madam, it is not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found. My husband? Yes. Even before visiting you, I went to his room to tell him that breakfast wasn't being prepared, but I did not find him there. Furthermore, he is not the only one missing. Rudolph-sama, his wife, and Rosa-sama are nowhere to be found. Okay, so that's, let's see. Yeah, so Goda, Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, and Rosa. Goda, Kraus, Rudolph, Kyrie, and Rosa. Oh my god, it was supposed to be. Oh my god, she was supposed to be. Oh my god, she was supposed to be the 6th. Oh my god, she was supposed to be the 6th. She was supposed to be the 6th. Natsui was supposed to be the 6th. It was supposed to be her. Ah! Ah! We are handing out Mario apology forms. We are handing out Mario apology forms after this stream. Not in the guest house? Nor the mansion? Yes, they were not in their rooms in the guest house either. When she'd heard that Goto alone was missing, she assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she had learned that several of the relatives were also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Could last night's family conference have continued all night up until the present moment? If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room, going out for walks on their own throughout the rain. The part about cooling their heads really sounded like something Kraus would say. Goto had probably been summoned to accompany them and aid them in some way. Goto was not a man who lost track of time. Really? He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsuhi. She remembered the illusion she'd felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a very deep, weary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy vultures circling Kinzo's property was still going on. Perhaps they are still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the beach. At any rate, if we don't call Goto back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast. So, what are you saying? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion? She had planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsuhi and managed to grasp the situation. Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough. Maybe it's just youth in Rosa's case. Just a bit after midnight, the two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed. Though, I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up. Natsuhi snorted, her face still blank. Kanon, search outside. If you find Goto, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast. Certainly. Natsuhi Ne-san, we don't know for sure that they're outside, do we? Could they also be inside Father's study? I see, that's certainly possible. I don't know what path their conversation took. There's certainly a chance they moved to Father's study to let him in on the discussion. I can't imagine that Father would willingly let them bring such a detestable topic into his study. You really think so? Well, then there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry, Genji-san and Kanen-kun, but could you search outside? It wouldn't be that strange for Nissan to suggest that they go outside for a walk to cool their heads. Even in this weather, I'll go to Father's study. Who knows? They might actually be there after all. Oh, I know. Ooh, I can hear it. I can hear it. Ava-san, I couldn't ask a guest like you to exert herself so. I will go. I can also wish him a good morning while I'm at it. Oh, then I'll leave it in your hands. Though I somehow doubt he'll return your greeting. Natsui Ne-san, have you always been on such good terms with Father? I don't know whether you could call it that, but I'm sure that I have gained his trust as the wife of the successor to the Ushiromiya family. There's so many ofs. Then I'm sure he'll at least answer you, right? I'd like to at least have breakfast with Father. Do you think you could convince him to come down and join us? It seems that he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure he'll listen to you if he trusts you that much. After speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince Father and come down alone, then I doubt you'll ever be able to claim that you've earned his trust again. My god, it's not even 7! Please, stop. I am not confident, but I will try. Natsuhi responded, looking discouraged. However, knowing Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. Ava was clearly mocking her, confident that Natsuhi wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to come down. But even so, Natsuhi would lose face if she gave up, saying that it was impossible and letting Ava go instead. Ava's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuhi clench her fist slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder. Madam, please take this, if you would. And this is... Genji handed Natsuhi a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. The study had an auto-lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door. But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame? When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not suffice. It would be more difficult to persuade the master to leave his room if you must talk through the door. Please use this. Genji. Until now, Natsuhi had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her, since he worked directly under Kinzo. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then, Genji had already turned his back on her and was walking down the corridor with Kanon. But as Natsuhi watched them go, the words directed at her from behind were sneering. Well then, you must bring father with you, okay? After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you. We're guests, so we'll just relax here at our leisure. Quit it, Ava. You're taking this too far. Sorry, Natsuhi-ne-san, but we're counting on you to deal with father. Without answering, Natsuhi forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place. Fucking A, man. Excuse me. For all that excitement the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. George Aniki, Jessica, and I were snoring loudly on the beds in the cousin room. But Maria, who had gone straight to bed without joining in, was completely awake. Oh, girl, you don't look so good. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with the loud snoring of the other three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and she quickly got lonely. Oh. Maria left the cousin room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang. Ooh. When she had left the room, her face had been sleepy, but now that she was back, she looked irritated. After that, she climbed up on Battler's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. Ooh, ooh, ooh! Wake up! Ooh, ooh, ooh! What? Is it an enemy raid? Surround them! After making sure I was awake, Mario moved over to George Aniki's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us were all greeted with an extremely pleasant wakening. Thanks for waking us up, Maria-chan. You stopped us from sleeping in after that late night. If only you could have been a bit more gentle about it. George Nissan, you really are an adult. I respect that. It'll be 7 soon. Well, it's not really a bad time to wake up. Ooh, Mama's not here. Ooh. Aunt Rosa? She wasn't in her room? I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion. Not here. Ooh, Mama. Ooh. Maria kept groaning ooh ooh and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she'd expected. Yup. 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 If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was, except that she wasn't here. Anyway, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the mansion. That's right. Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too. Ooh? Mama's in the mansion? Then I'll go there. Ooh. Yeah. Guess we should go to the mansion. Our parents have probably already gone there. Maria regained her usual composure so completely that her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. We got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. But you guys already are dressed. We put on a second set of clothes on top of the clothes that we were already wearing. Excuse me. Once more there was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer. He said, "Who is it?" There's no answer. "Who is it?" They're not saying anything. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I could not wake him. If she went back downstairs and said something like that Ava would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Ava aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during his entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. Wonder if I can convince him myself? Natsuhi readied herself and used the key that she had borrowed from Genji to open the door. Here we go. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out the small crack in the door, she couldn't help but grimace. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsuhi entered the room quietly. Oh. When she did, Kinzo was already awake and looking down out of the window. So you're awake? Good morning. How did you get in? Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harm? Oh my god. I have to stop. His voice was not harsh but calm, and Natsuhi was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. Natsuhi wasn't able to relax. My sincere apologies. I asked Genji-san, and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study. Oh, Genji did? If my friend thought it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen. So, what business do you have with me? Well, breakfast will be ready soon, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would join us. I will eat here. Have it brought here like always. But, Father, this family conference happens only once a year. Please, at least let them see your face. Go back downstairs. Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to chew up my inheritance after I die? How foolish. Let them speak of such matters as much as they please without me. And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it. I am busy. Do not bother me. His last words carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Natsuhi realized that adding any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her. She didn't look forward to facing Ava's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsuhi could do. Is that so? Understood. I am sure everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them. Natsuhi decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, it felt like it came from an entirely different person. Natsuhi.
It has been quite some time since you married into the Ushiromiya family.
Yes. It has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Ushiromiya.
Do you sometimes long for your previous family?
No. Marriage means abandoning your birth family. I am Ushiromiya Natsuhi. The Ushiromiya is the only family I can come home to. The only one I am fond of. She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied the Ushiromiya family name to herself. That's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushiromiya, leaving her to race about in vain.
If Kraus were a woman, and you his husband, go on.
I'm listening.
No, I won't say that.
What do you mean by that, Father? Natsuhi was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all she had suffered up to that point.
Forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man.
Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsuhi couldn't help feeling a warmth in her heart. Father, even though I, Natsuhi, am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter. I will most assuredly see to it that your honor and glory and everything you have left behind are protected. Dude, it's bad. It's bad if fucking Kinzo Ushiromiya, if Ushiromiya Kinzo is the one that's fucking giving Natsuhi an inch. That's crazy. That's bad, man.
You do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved in your heart. It is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative, one who will inherit the glory of the Ushiromiya family.
Ow.
Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes, but such words are not worth lending an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my blood relatives. I now consider it an honor that you were welcomed into the Ushiromiya family.
Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside her that she hadn't felt since long ago, when she had been just a child. How long has it, dude? How long has it been since anyone has said anything even remotely like that to her? Oh man. Fuck. Oh no. Like even just the simplest shred of just like decency. Natsuhi bowed slightly to his back and left the room. Just fuck, man. Ah, good timing. How is father? You were taking so long, I came to check. When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Ava climbing the stairs and their eyes met. Ava was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi would leave drudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crest on her clothing, but she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of the one who would protect the Ushiromiya family's glory. Father said he would not join in on the family conference. He says he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters. I figured you'd say something like that. If you fail to persuade Father, just say so. How pitiful. I'm beginning to see why Father lamented so. What do you mean by that? Yes! Clap back! Yes! Fight back! Yes! Fight back! Yes! Natsuhi did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Ava her back as she headed down the stairs. The aura! Ava finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, making a motion as though scratching at it and following after Natsuhi. So were Nissan and the rest there? Did you ask Father about them? I didn't get the chance to ask, but they were not inside the study. Father would never let them into his room to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went. Let us go downstairs to wait for the servants to return from their search. Breakfast may be late, but how would you like some tea, Ava-san? That would be fine. Ava couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsuhi's attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Ava hated to admit it, she had even a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Ava could only follow Natsuhi back to the parlor. On God, I thought I heard the freedom motif. When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Nanjo. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed that Natsuhi had returned. You still have not found my husband and the rest?
Yes. My apologies. Also, Kumasawa has started preparing breakfast. She said that she will need just a little longer.
The clock read a little past 8. 8 should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally, going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host.
Cannon is now searching outside. Also, no one has seen Shannon either. Uh-oh.
Oh, because she was in the mansion, even though she wasn't supposed to be, because she wasn't on the schedule. Oh, that's 6. That's 6. That's 6. That's 6. That's 6.
6 sacrifices. Anyway.
Even Shannon's missing? Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? Just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant, as though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. Oh, it's interesting. At least, that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. Jessica had wanted to watch Orange, while Badler wanted to watch Blue. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized, foreseeing who it belonged to, that it was probably Cannon, not Kraus and the rest. Madam, excuse me. Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them. My apologies. I still haven't. That will be enough. You've worked hard. She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. They'd probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsuhi was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel that there was no reason for them to go out of their way in search. I will go to the kitchen and prepare some tea for all of the guests. Thanks to the both of you for all of your hard work so early in the morning.
Yay!
Natsuhi left the parlor, acting as though the release in tension had caused a new surge in her headache. Kanon tried to call to her back, but Natsuhi left swiftly.
What is it? Was there something else?
Yes. I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but, well... Kanon sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their appearance. Ava and Hideyoshi noticed this exchange of words and came over. What's up, Erica? They probably picked up on something strange in Kanon's behavior.
What's going on, Kanon-kun? Did you find Kraus, Nissan, and everyone else?
Actually, the Rose Garden storehouse looked strange.
What do you mean? It looked strange.
It was, how should I explain it? Kanon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't at all what you'd expect from this usually fearless boy.
Yes, fearless.
Seeing this, Ava and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously. What do you mean? Are you saying Nissan and the others were inside the storehouse? No. I'm going to inspect the inside now. I just now came back to get the key, but,
I don't really get it, but it looks like we've just got to look around inside it. Where's the key to that storehouse?
It is in the servant room. Let us check inside the storehouse at once. Kanon dashed off to the servant's room and returned with the key. Genji left the parlor, saying that he would check, but then Ava and Hideyoshi followed after him. What was this something strange about the storehouse that had caused the usually fearless Kanon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps their curiosity over this something that Kanon couldn't talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Kanon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. Yeah, the battler Fugi goes crazy. Thank you. Thank you. The Rose Garden storehouse was a place that housed various tools to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Kanon, Genji, Ava, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small path just off the Rose Garden, which is normally off limits for those appreciating the garden, and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them. It was quite an old shed, and compared to the flawlessly perfect beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had built in a hard-to-see place. Ava and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji.
You two sure are fast. I thought my heart was gonna explode.
I never knew they had a storehouse way over here. But what is that? When Ava looked where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter, and there, everyone suddenly realized why Kanon had been unable to find the words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it. Uh-oh. There was something that looked like a strange, dark red liquid? Mucus? Or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there, with a ghastly substance that looked like blood, in a shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. 2 circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. And in the cracks between those shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters, or possibly symbols.
What a vulgar bit of graffiti.
Could this be
One of those? One of those magic circles used in demonic ceremonies?
It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red dripping substance. When was this made? There was nothing drawn here when I came by yesterday, before it started raining.
We must do something before anyone else sees this. If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort.
That's right. Even though it's just a shed, I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer than I had to.
There is some paint inside the storehouse. Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure, then repaint it again someday when the weather is good.
Genji remembered they had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been... That's right. He had seen it on the door to Natsuhi's room. Kanon-kun, let's remove this scribble quickly and go back, okay? Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in. Yes, ma'am. I will take care of it immediately. Kanon squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. A boisterous noise resounded, and the eerie shape drawn on the shutter began to get sucked in through the top as the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from their direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. And it will be just fine. Oh, yay! Thanks to a kids program they came across, Mario was feeling much better. Badler and Jessica were poking fun at the kids show at every turn, cackling together. Bro, they put Bluey on. They put Bluey on. George was enjoying the program with Maria from her perspective. Nanjo sat on a sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of four that had just left? It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation of a servant's virtues, to be gasping for air. He had probably come back from dashing out from outside of the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him. He gave a small, silent bow and quickly approached him.
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies. Please, come with me quickly. What is the matter?
As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale. He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV, and the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsuhi, who was pushing a serving cart loaded with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ear, and then Natsuhi went pale too in apparent shock. Oh, brother. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them dashed towards the entrance. George noticed them running down the rose garden through the window. What's that? Isn't that Genji-san and Dr. Nanjo? And that's Aunt Natsuhi, isn't it? What's up, Aniki? Maybe something happened. They looked terribly flustered. When Jessica and Maria saw that Ava, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance to the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter. Could there have been some kind of accident? Let's go check it out. Don't take Mario with you. Don't take Mario with you. One of you stay behind. Don't take Mario with you. One of you stay behind. Don't take Mario with you. One of you stay behind. It's no fun if we're the only ones left out, right? For some reason, what Badler said sounded extremely indiscreet, but they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain without regards to their appearance. Let's check it out, okay? I'm worried something might have happened. Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them. Hey, Maria, are you coming too? Or will you watch TV? Ooh, want to watch TV. Ooh. Let's go on without her. Okay. Oh. Maria-chan, we'll be back soon. You keep watching TV, okay? Ooh. By the time the kids made it outside, the adults were no longer in sight. But Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to rumble like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had occurred around the island, or that an eerie something had surrounded the island and was trying to stop us from moving forward. Jessica, is there something over this way? I'm pretty sure there's a shed for gardening tools or something. What in the world could be going on in a place like that? Just as Jessica had said, they began to see a storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuhi was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked as though she was hanging her head, and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuhi who had just left the mansion. The ones who'd left earlier, Kanen, Ava, and Hideyoshi were also there, making for a small crowd of people. There was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuhi realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face and she ran at them with her arms spread wide. Yeah, like, turn around! Turn around! Go back! You mustn't come any closer! Go back to the mansion! But despite that, no, because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuhi was trying to keep away from them. Inside the storehouse with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down, and right there was... Jessica's piercing shriek ran out, but that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. What the fuck? What the fuck? The 10 gift subs at right at the That's so funny. That's so funny. Thank you, Aperture City. Holy shit. Same thing spilled out of Badler and George's mouths as well. Ava spread her arms just like Natsuhi, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face. George, take everyone and return to the mansion, quickly, right now! When Natsuhi spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Ava was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart, trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. Is this some kind of joke? Is it? I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, and movies. I'd seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I had seen plenty of times before in some of those more sensational movies, right? That alone shouldn't... But that suit... It's that old bastard's, isn't it? I get it. Then that's Uncle Kraus. And Kyrie-san and Aunt Rosa. Dad! Dad! You mustn't, Jessica. You mustn't go in. You mustn't look. Dad! Dad! Ah! Rigor mortis has set in across almost the entire body. Most likely, 6 hours or more have passed since death. As far as I can tell by looking at the damaged area, there's a high probability that they were damaged after their deaths. No, I must watch what I say. I'm a general practitioner. Examining corpses is outside my area of expertise. So what's going on here? Just killing them wasn't enough? So they went on to do something like this? The devil. This here's the work of the devil. Wait, say that again. Aunt Natsuhi caught Jessica in arms and Aunt Ava caught George Aniki. Dude, Badler has nobody. No, man. Oh, fuck. So I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse. If only there had been someone there to catch me too. Oh! I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible, evil scene burned into my eyes. No, that's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me, they're right there, aren't they? Just as Jessica said, it did look like a storehouse for gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools such as a saw, piled up potted plants and bags of fertilizer, and treated just the same. The corpses of several people had been laid to rest there. No, had been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. That old bastard and Kyrie-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Goda-san, and... Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me! Whoa! That's more than I can count on one hand! Damn it! I don't know whether it had been one of those gardening tools, which if used for something other than their intended purpose, could definitely be wielded with a naked brutality. Or whether some horrible tool had been brought in here specifically for this. Anyway, each of the bodies jammed in here had been given an atrocious makeup. It wasn't makeup. It was more like their faces had been plowed. Faces were smashed, forced into expressions that normal people couldn't make even after death. I couldn't tell where the eyes or the noses were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed, their front teeth were missing, and even the cheeks that should have covered all this were torn up and laid bare. Ew. Yeah, it sounded like that. Thanks for the hype train. Yuck. That trendy makeup you always spend so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing now. Whoa, Badler. All right, not very woke of you. Ugh! Dad! I always thought you were going to hell, but still, not like this, right? You weren't such a son of a bitch that you'd have to suffer so brutally. And Kyrie-san, didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There's absolutely no reason for you to end up like this, too. They've got no faces. No faces. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it. Ah! Paddler-san, you mustn't look anymore. There's no way your mother and father would want you to see them like this. For their sakes, you mustn't look anymore. Dead people are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, right? They've got no faces. My dad and Kyrie-san have no faces. I don't even know what kind of faces they were wearing when they died. What's wrong with me? Will I have to see these smashed monster-like faces every time I remember them? That's just great. I didn't want to remember that old bastard smug face anyway. Just great. Just great. But why even Kyrie-san's face? Kyrie-san wasn't a crook. Sure, she ticked me off a bit now and then, but she was like a cool big sister to me. This is wrong. This is all wrong. At least Uncle Kraus has it better, doesn't he? It's not his whole face, just the side. At least he's got half his face left, right? That's still better. That's still better. No! Jessica filled the ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words. Stop it, Badler-kun. Just stop it. Just stop it. Aniki! Aniki! Ah! Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Aniki's waist and sobbing. It's as if I was crying on behalf of everyone here. Representing the feelings of everyone there, I screamed over and over. Devil's advocate voice. I think one of the strengths of the PS3 art is that their higher level of detail makes descriptions like this feel even more gross. Yeah, I mean, I think the fact that the PS3 version has, like, you know, art and not just like photos of like a set or like a location, makes it better from a not better, but like I can see how that is appreciated from a visual standpoint. So like you can actually have like assets. But also I do kind of like the fact that it is not actually shown on screen at any point and you are just left to your own imagination. Like it allows your mind to come up with the worst possible version of this. Father, the ones lying over there are Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, Aunt Kyrie, Aunt Rosa, and Goda-san. Just those 5, right? No, there are 6 people. There's one more person over here. The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden among the shadows in that mountain range of objects, in a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right. So, the one lying at your feet is Shannon, isn't it? Yes, it's Shannon-chan. Man. Like it is your fault. But also, fuck, man, that sucks. That sucks so bad. Have I read Higurashi? I have not. I probably should have before playing this game, but we're here now. I want to though. I own it. I own it and I plan on reading it at some point, but this is gonna take all fucking year. George fell completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father, "Is Shannon the same as Uncle Kraus and the others?" Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words, so he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant her corpse was in the same brutal state. Can I look at Shannon? No. Why not? After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again, right? So, why won't you let me see what her face looked like at the end? The last time you met Shannon-chan was yesterday, right? Yes.
see. When you left her, what kind of face was she showing you? It was a wonderful smile.
After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she must have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful, and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind.
I see. Then I'm sure Shannon-chan would want to leave you with that smile in your memory.
Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the other bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. If the remaining blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean, but that graceful smile of hers had peeked out. But only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hands over his eyes. How brutal. Her face was going to be crushed anyway. Then if only all of it had been crushed, he might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation, while still proving beyond doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman. How brutish. There, trying his best to burn the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes, as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Cannon. Cannon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. That didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, whom had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative.
George, I'm sure Shannon-chan is saying thank you. You must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state. I'm sure she's thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint. I understand. I understand, Father. I understand.
George leaned against the outside of the storehouse, crouching down limply. Father, I have a request.
What is it?
I want you to look for me. Is there a ring on Shannon's finger?
A ring? Let me see.
Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Cannon silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands.
Yeah, there is. It's a diamond ring.
Damn diamond?
A valuable diamond. Must have been pretty expensive.
And which hand? Which finger is it on?
The ring finger of her left hand. I see. So Shannon-chan was engaged.
George, don't tell me you...
Ava! That doesn't matter now. A man made a lifelong promise to Shannon-chan. A man promised her happiness for life. Who that man was isn't the issue here.
It's a little bit, but you're right. That we are past that point now. We are far past that point now.
Being told that by a man is a woman's dream, isn't it? I don't know when she received this ring. I also don't know who gave it to her. However, even so, Shannon-chan took this ring. Then, she accepted it and put it on her left ring finger. I'm sure the man who gave it to her was also happy.
Most of the people here, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words.
I see. Thank you, Father.
George stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression had returned to its usual calm one. Let's go. Badler-kun, Jessica-chan. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults. You're right. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time, to let her know she was okay now. Oh, no. Oh. When she faced George again, she once again had on her usual expression, although she still couldn't smile. Badler, hang in there. Badler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies. Okay, man, you don't need to look anymore. Like, come on. You don't gotta do that to yourself. Happy anniversary! I'm sorry, thank you. No, thank you, I appreciate it. It's just so fun. Oh. Sorry, thank you. It's just really funny timing. I'm sorry. Crying like hell calmed me down. You bastard, Dad. I bet you're laughing at me. After all that shit I talked about you, here I am crying like a baby just 'cause you died. Well, so what? I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Badler's face was still bright red from the tears, but he at least recovered enough to fake a smile. Only a bitter one. Cannon, you mustn't remain here any longer either. Take the children and return to the mansion. Natsuhi had been standing under the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Badler's. Realizing she had to take on a role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Cannon those orders. Yes, madam. Cannon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with Shannon. There was no life in his expression. I love how often it shifts narrators. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children through the beautiful rose garden, Cannon might have led the way. But now there was no distinction between Cannon and the children. They were now just kids of about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure that the children were leaving, Natsuhi started giving orders to Genji. Genji, contact the police immediately. They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do next. Understood. There is an emergency radio, so I will use that to contact them. When she heard that, Natsuhi remembered. That's right. The phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones all the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait. Dr. Nanjo, is there anything more you can do here? Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do. Understood. Genji, could you at least cover their faces with something? Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well. Yes, ma'am. Genji picked up several dried-up towels from inside the storehouse. When Ava stopped him with a shrill voice. Wait a second! Stop! This is the scene of the crime, isn't it? Then we mustn't disturb it. We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on. But even that will surely get in the way of the police's investigation, right? Natsuhi glared at Ava, offended. Objectively speaking, Ava was right. Even so, she glared at Ava as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death, the simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Ava had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So, they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that might help catch the detestable culprit. I agree with Ava-san. Until the police come, we should leave everything be. What do you say, madam? You're right. Very well. Close it up. And, just in case, we should put a different lock on it.
A different lock?
Yes. When we came here, the shutter was locked. That means the culprit used the key to the shutter to lock it.
That makes sense. So, does that mean the key that opens the shutter will have the culprit's fingerprints on it?
I'm sure it'll be worth submitting to the police as evidence, but Kanon-kun usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just now. It'll probably have Kanon's fingerprints on it. Also, that key was handed to Genji-san just now, and he took it with his bare hands. It doesn't look like it'll be very useful as evidence.
That was careless of me. My apologies. Genji-san, are there any other keys to this storehouse? No, only this one. So the culprit walked out of the servant room with that key, and then was nice enough to return the key where they found it?
Holy fuck, the first diagram. Holy fuck, the first diagram. Here we go. The game has started. The game is afoot. We're so fucking back. Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go to all the trouble of returning a key they stole? Now, if you think about it even more deeply, there are some points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay the point at which it'll be found, so they can use that time to escape. The 6 weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to this storehouse, and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone had made such an obvious piece of graffiti, and even returned the key to the shutter, almost as though they wanted the corpses here to be discovered. Anyway, we can't put all our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before. If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hand, I think we should put a new lock on it.
I think that's a good plan. I agree.
Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box.
What should I do with the key?
I will take it. I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police. Natsuhi took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand. After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so, the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which is still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Oh yeah, I guess I forgot to put out I guess I forgot to pin a message, at the start of the stream that, this is a blind read of Umineko, so, no spoilers or backseating, please and thank you. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. I mean, it says no spoilers in the tags. Yeah, but, it's not immediately easy to see. And also, I don't think you can see them at all if you're, like, on mobile. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock, in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of thunder and the pouring rain, the storehouse stood there ominously. With its closed shutter still covered in a blood-like creepy substance, it swallowed up the bodies of the 6. To Natsuhi, putting the new lock on wasn't mainly to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims. Come on, let's go, everyone. Dr. Nanjo, thank you very much for your work. Genji, hurry and contact the police. I will do so as soon as I return. The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the 6 bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lightning occasionally lit it up. Fuck. Just fuck, man. All right. That will do it. That will do it for tonight. It's hard to like figure out the line between wanting to know the possible triggers and also wanting a blind experience. Yeah, I know. I know. It's I imagine it's tough. It's a tough line to tread. Which is why I certainly don't envy people that have things like that to worry about. Fuck, man. Fuck, man. What do you even say? Oh, what do you even say? That was so much. It was just so much. Dude, Beatrice still hasn't made an actual appearance. I can't believe it. I really thought this stream for sure. Oh my god, even the background is Ryukishi style. That's awesome. I know. I'm so happy. I'm really pleased with how it all came together. Fuck, that was so good. Oh my god, that was so good. Oh, it's just getting better. It's just getting better every stream. Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. It's so good. And I'm still only on episode 1. I know I said it before, but this is still all episode 1. This is episode 1 of fucking 8, dude. I'm gonna be here forever. I'm gonna be here forever. I said this is the fucking Okie Dokie Dev 5-year plan, and I fucking meant it. I fucking meant it, bro. Oh my god. All right, let us. Can I show this on stream? I don't know if I can. Should I show this on stream? Hang on. Let me go on. Let me go on here. I will post the. I'll post the art command. If you drew any fan art for the stream, You can post it on Blue Sky with the hashtag okidokiart. In my Discord server in the Okidoki Art channel, or you can email it to art@okidokidev.com. And if you are not in my Discord, you can join my Discord. Let me check my email before I forget. If my email would load.
Yay!
Okay. There is no email. There's nothing on Blue Sky. There is exactly one. There is exactly one image. There is exactly one one image. One piece of art. In the Discord. There's one piece of art in the Discord from one Aperture City. That says, had to DM a friend to get the original image. It's it's a drawing of Pinkie Pie dressed up as Badler. Or of Badler with Pinkie Pie's haircut and with the caption, "Holy shit, is this Aniki serious?" oh, it's crazy. It's just crazy. Thank you. It's just, I said it, so I can't be like, you shouldn't have done that. But I said it. I did say that. And was immediately like, I don't know if I should have said that. I can, but I don't know if I should have. Oh, thank you. All right. That appears to be... That's everything. I don't get it. That's fine. That's okay. Well, fuck. I was about to say I see a light castle and a dark castle in front of me as far as who I can raid right now. But I can see that Mar is looking at fucking fan art right now. So I really only have one option for who I can raid right now. Fuck. Well, thank you for coming, everybody. This was a lot of fun. This was another really good stream. This was another really good stream. Like I said, this game is just getting better every time I come back to it. So like I want to keep doing this as often as I can. Or I want to keep up like doing this once a week because I'm invested. So I will hopefully be streaming it next week as well. I will say that I will probably not I generally don't like promising specific streams at specific days just because I feel bad when I end up not being able to make that or honor that. But I will say that if I am streaming it next week, it is probably going to be on Tuesday because on Thursday Char had a stream planned. And I wanted to be there for that. So I'm probably going to do Umineko on Tuesday. You guys are taking the express train to Salty Bet? No, no, we're not. No, we're going somewhere else. we're going somewhere else. We're going somewhere that I don't expect anybody to follow. I don't. I'm just gonna. I'll just say that the stream is 18 plus. I'll just say that the stream I'm about to send you to is 18 plus. And I don't know if I want to say anything more than that. I really don't know if I want to say anything more than that. I'm rating Gibson. I'm rating Gibson. Definitely don't watch that stream unless you're over the age of 18. The raid phrase is fuck, what's the raid phrase? What was something funny? What was something funny that was said? Here, I'm gonna start the music. You know what? Just hit him with it. Just hit him with an ooh-ooh. Just hit him with an ooh-ooh. I'll see you guys next week. I'll see you guys next week.